Awakened by a Demoness, Eternal Mate's Paranormal Romance Series, Book 10, written by Felicity Heaton, narrated by Eric G. Dove. Chapter 1. Asteria held her shit together as she approached the monolithic black citadel, her boots loud on the polished obsidian flagstones of its central circular courtyard. She tipped her chin up, clenched her fists at her sides to stop them from shaking, and strode towards her doom with the same resolve as she had managed to cling to during her trek through the previous 6 circular courtyards that surrounded the citadel like concentric rings. She was fairly certain that these were the last few moments of her life, and it was about to come to a grisly close. It had taken her days of groveling to her superiors, issuing profuse apologies unbecoming of a demon, and having to bite her tongue when her temper had flared. But she had secured a meeting with her Dark Lord. She had been elated when the leader of her legion had informed her that their master was willing to speak with her. But as the hours had trickled past, that elation had turned to full-blown fear. She had failed in a very important mission, the sort no amount of groveling could actually correct, so she wasn't sure why she had thought this was going to end well. The meeting a ridiculous part of her had believed was going to somehow redeem her was probably in fact a meeting in which she was going to discover her punishment. Would it be a swim in the lava pit while the devil watched her burn, or something far worse? She wouldn't be the first demoness or demon to be sentenced to spend time in his bed. It wasn't an honor. It was a death sentence. She hadn't heard of anyone surviving the torture of being his bedfellow, mostly because those he didn't eventually kill during the act were tossed into the lava pit when he was done with them. Several low-ranking young demons scurried past her, dressed in black jackets and trousers, their feet bare and bloodied. The black sacks they carried over their shoulders dripped crimson, smelling of entrails. Asteria swallowed hard, and it was damned difficult to hold her nerve as she watched the cleanup team carting away whatever poor bastard had just finished meeting with the Prince of Darkness. An unfortunate lover? She had heard the stories from those who served in his dark citadel. The young souls assigned to mopping up the mess after a lover had done or said something to flip his switch. Rumor had it that he went through at least 2 mattresses a week and demanded a fresh, brand-new set of sheets every few hours. His appetite for fucking was as insatiable as his appetite for destruction and death, and unfortunately that meant the two often coincided. She sucked down a deep breath as she reached the grand arched entrance of the towering castle and looked up its height, taking in the jagged towers that rose into the dark gray sky of hell. Light from the bubbling pits of lava beyond the walls of the central courtyard and the braziers that formed a circle, lining those walls, tried to lend warmth to the matte black stone of the fortress, but only managed to make it look more sinister by casting shadows in the recesses. The 4 huge demon males guarding the entrance eyed her, their elliptical pupils stretched thin in the center of their black irises and burning gold. Elite. They were kept in a permanent state of rage in order to maintain their appearance, keeping them looking as dangerous and deadly as her kind could be. She had such a dark side herself, but unleashing it right now would be a big mistake. Huge. Her Dark Lord didn't appreciate those below him showing up on his doorstep looking ready for war. It was the reason she had chosen her lighter black armor, the red-edged metal plates fitting more closely to her legs and hips, and across her chest, and had foregone wearing the gauntlets that normally encased her forearms and hands. She had also brushed her long black hair, tamed the gold-to-red streak that ran down the front right side, and had taken her time in front of the mirror in her hut, applying black around her blue eyes and painting her lips crimson. She had even taken the time to preen her black leathery wings, buffing the membranes with wax until they shone, and had done the same with the small obsidian horns that curled from behind the pointed tips of her ears, following the curve down to end in a point near the lobes. She eyed the 4 ripped, bare-chested demon males guarding the entrance again, envied the bastards a little as she gazed at their horns. Males had bigger ones, the sort that twisted around to form deadly daggers beside their temples when they were enraged. Asteria sighed, wishing she had such horns. One of her friends had told her once that she had horn envy. She had denied it at the time, but it was true. Whenever she found herself banging a demon, she couldn't keep her hands off their horns. She'd even tried to rip one out of a male once. He had thought she was merely being rough and had enjoyed it. The damn thing had been rooted too deeply, though, and she had sort of forgotten about trying to break it off when he had begun thrusting harder between her legs, turning her brain to mush. One of the male's gazes slid her way, and he raked an approving look over her. His black horns flared a little further, revealing his desire and interest to her. She flicked her onyx hair over her shoulder, shot him a wink, and kept walking, a little swing to her hips with each step now as she silently flirted with the brute. She looked him up and down just as she passed him, bit her lip at the sight of so much hard muscle, and swore that if she survived the next few minutes, she would be back to take him up on his offer. Which would be a miracle, and those didn't happen in hell. Still, he was a nice distraction as she ogled his arse over her shoulder, one that kept her thoughts away from her imminent death until someone approached her. "Asteria of the Second Legion?" a demoness said, a wobble in her throaty voice. She nodded and looked at her and quickly masked the fear that bolted through her when she found herself face to face with a young female dressed in little more than a scrap of crimson around her hips and breasts, a thick black metal collar that was tight against her throat, and a lot of bruises. By the devil, was this the future she was doomed to endure, staring right back at her with bleak bloodshot eyes and a startling lack of horns? Someone had cut them off. Asteria tried not to gawp at them, but she couldn't stop herself, and her stomach plummeted when she realized they hadn't been shorn. They had been broken. The black stumps that remained were brutally fractured. The female's hands twitched at her sides, as if with an urge to touch the horns Asteria stared at, so she dragged her eyes away, feeling bad that she had upset the young demoness. Demons tried their best to be the toughest, most badass creatures in hell. But when it boiled down to it, they had feelings too, and this female had been through the mill, probably at the hands of the one creature in hell who didn't possess a single jot of emotion. The fallen angel she was about to meet. The young demoness bowed her head and led the way, and Asteria tried to busy herself with taking in all the details of the palace her dark master called home, in an attempt to stop herself from preening her horns, reassuring herself they were still perfect, still there. On the outside, it matched his image perfectly, but on the inside, it was quite the opposite. Oh, it was sumptuous and decadent, but it wasn't exactly goth chic as she had expected. The black of the outside world gave way to white marble floors that were so highly polished she could see herself in them. They reflected the light from the crystal chandeliers, and that same light shone off the gold filigree that decorated the dark wooden ceiling. The walls were smooth, and of all things, papered. The vestibule and hallway that led off it had crimson wallpaper, with black almost fleur-de-lis patterns on it. She had been in some expensive homes in the mortal world, and the devil had decorated his in that same style, but with a more sinister edge that she would have attributed more to a vampire than a fallen angel. Her escort stopped at a set of arched wooden double doors and bowed. Asteria guessed this was it. The bloody end to her somewhat not glorious career as a demon. She was a damned idiot for failing to capture the people who had slaughtered Barafnir. But how the hell was she meant to have known the demon arsehole had been one of the devil's favorites? She reached for the solid gold knob on one door, pulled down another breath to steel herself, and took hold of it. It was warm to the touch. Nothing like the cold bastard waiting on the other side. She could feel him there, his power vibrating through her, calling to her. She closed her eyes, twisted the knob, and pushed the door open, just as she lifted her chin and fixed her gaze straight ahead. It landed on a male lounging in a huge black throne in the center of an enormous blue-walled room, wearing only gold-edged obsidian armor on his lower half. Heaven be damned, because it had made him breathtaking. She knew he was a brute, 7 feet tall and dark and deadly. But he was a beautiful bastard, and he knew it as he sat there on his throne, black hair falling around his broad shoulders and chiseled torso on show. The air in the expansive room vibrated with his power, making her blood hum and skin tingle. His red eyes held hers, a bored edge to his handsome face, and he lazily lifted his right hand from the arm of his throne and crooked a clawed finger, beckoning her. Asteria's palms sweated. She should have dressed a little sexier, taken more time about her appearance. It ran through her, gaining volume on each pass as she sauntered towards him, feeling his heat rolling over her, power curling around her, drowning out the part of her that had feared him and replacing it with something altogether more terrifying. Desire. The corner of his profane mouth twitched into a smirk. He knew he was affecting her, and while his mouth said that pleased him, the way his eyes darkened said it didn't. She straightened her spine, crushed her unruly feelings and boxed them away, and held her head high as she marched towards him, all business. Not weak, not affected by just his damned gorgeous presence. Her step faltered when she noticed a smoldering bloody stain on the white marble floor. His last appointment? By the devil, she was going to die in the next few seconds, or worse, at a later date after he was done with her. When she was within a few meters, he lowered his right leg from his left knee and set his foot on the floor. His hands came down over the edges of the arms of his black throne, curling around to press sharp black claws into the stone, and causing his biceps to bulge. Behind him, a sheer black curtain did a poor job of concealing the other half of the room, and she tried not to look there, but her eyes were drawn to the hazy glow of candles on the other side, her focus snagged by the low moans coming from that direction. That heat curled around her again, pushed at her will, but she pushed back, refusing to fall prey to it and the devil's dark allure. She wasn't about to become like those females on the other side of the curtain, who were probably writhing around on his bed, waiting impatiently for the male who was staring at her. "Asteria of the 2nd Legion." His deep voice rumbled around the room like thunder, charging the air and sending tremors of pleasure through her, and she had to squeeze her thighs to stop herself from collapsing into a puddle of goo at his feet. Heaven be doubly damned, it had built this male for sin. Thoughts of dirty, hard sex popped into her head, illicit images that she did her best to shove away as soon as they burst into existence. "You disappointed me." Just like that, the spell over her shattered, and cold fear replaced the wicked heat of desire. This was it, her death knell. No one disappointed the Prince of Darkness and lived to tell the tale. Was it going to be the lava pit or his bed, and then the lava pit if she survived? Asteria was disappointed herself when part of her jumped right onto the second option, salivating for it despite what she knew of him. She gritted her teeth and bashed that stupid urge over the head until it was dead and she could focus again. The devil might be insanely handsome, darkly alluring, but she was still acutely aware of the things he did to his bedfellows, giving them more pain than pleasure, working his black magic on them so they stayed firmly under his spell and calm until he wanted to feel their fear and agony. He spread his muscular thighs, giving her an epic view of his no doubt in proportion big codpiece, and stared at her, those striking red eyes glittering in the warm light from the chandelier above her. They burned into her, setting her aflame, and she fought the rising desire, the crazy part of her that had resurrected and was whispering that it wouldn't be so bad to end up in his bed. She shuddered but didn't let him see it, afraid she would end up like the poor bitches writhing around on the other side of the sheer black curtain. She would sooner be the puddle staining his shiny white marble floor. He sighed and she braced herself. "I expect you to make up for failing me." Asteria blinked. Had she heard that right? She stared at him, not daring to hope that she wasn't about to meet a gruesome end. She must have heard him wrong, or maybe he meant for her to make it up to him by servicing his needs. She suppressed another shudder. He raked blazing red eyes over her, from head to toe and back again, his irises slowly darkening and pupils stretching into thin slits in their centers. "I am in a lenient mood, but do not expect me to spare you my wrath if you fail me again." Her heart fluttered and she quickly pressed her left hand to her breastplate and lowered her head. "Thank you, my most gracious master." He huffed. "Spare me your groveling and listen well, Asteria of the 2nd Legion." She raised her head, found his eyes almost black as he scowled at her, menace rolling off him and triggering her instincts, the ones that told her to back away from the danger right in front of her. She managed to convince her feet to stay planted to the floor, her hand to remain steady against her chest, and waited, part of her still sure that she was destined for his bed and a bloody death. How many of the demons she had foolishly become friends with had ended that way, or like the puddle on the floor to her left? Her dark master had a temper and a very short fuse, and that was the reason she had decided not to make any more friends, and the reason she had decided to guard her heart and keep her relationships to meaningless sex and one-night stands. It was easier that way. It hadn't taken her long to realize she had made the right decision after cutting herself off emotionally from everyone she knew. Life was better with no strings attached, free of the ties that bound people together in an endless cycle of pain and suffering. The devil rose onto his feet and looked down on her, towering at least 10 inches taller than she was, so she had to tip her head back to hold his gaze. Black feathered wings threaded with gold sprouted from his back, and he spread them wide, the light around him stuttering and darkness sweeping outwards to replace it as he narrowed his eyes on her. The sense of power he emitted grew stronger, engulfing her, and she trembled as she waited for him to announce her sentence. "Asteria of the 2nd Legion," he said, deep voice shaking the ground and making her quiver as it vibrated through her. "I charge you with the task of hunting a half-breed. You will find her in the Fey town near Fort William in Scotland. Capture her and bring her to me. Do not fail me in this." Asteria dropped her gaze to her boots, bowing her head, and closed her eyes. "I swear I will not fail you, my lord." Because he had given her a second chance, something she had never heard of him doing before, and she would be a fool not to take it. Redemption wasn't his style. As far as she knew, he had never tried it since he had fallen from grace. Heaven's greatest warrior one moment and the devil the next. She knew all the stories of her father, the fallen angel who had birthed her species with his corrupted blood. "Speak with your commander. He will give you all the information you need." She nodded and began backing away towards the doors, trying to move slowly when all she wanted to do was run as far from him as she could get before he changed his mind. Her heart slammed against her chest, a jackhammer intent on breaking free of her rib cage. She neared the doors. "And Asteria," he said, his voice a low purr that sent a hot shiver over her skin. She raised her head, met his red eyes, and wished she hadn't when they burned into her, dark with desire and intent. "If you fail, your demise will be slow and painful." His wide mouth curved into a wicked smile, and pleasure blasted through her, hunger so intense her knees wobbled. Behind him, the females in his bed moaned louder, desperate wild sounds that made her skin crawl, even as the same noise wanted to leave her lips. His eyes narrowed, drifted over her, making her burn wherever they lingered, and the tip of his tongue swept over his lips as his gaze met hers again, jacking up the need in her blood as they issued a dark promise. One he sealed with 6 innocent-sounding words that struck fear into her soul. "I will make sure of it." Chapter 2. He moved through the cobbled street between the squat stone houses that packed the Fey town, towering over all of the people who passed him but blending in perfectly. He had mastered the art of it over the past century, learning to dress in the fashion of the era and to keep his head down to avoid drawing too much attention. The last part was the hardest. As an angel, he had been raised to stand tall and command all those below him with a stern gaze and steady hand suited to his rank. But here in the mortal world, he had to do quite the opposite. Even though every creature who occupied the small underground town situated beneath a mountain in the heart of the Highlands of Scotland was definitely below him, still, he wasn't here to interact with them. He was here on a mission, steadily closing in on his target, and once this task was concluded, he would be able to return to his duty and heaven. It had been a long time since he had set foot in his home, kept away from the echelon headquarters by his hunt, only able to report his findings through messengers. His comrades believed it vital that he remain in the mortal realm, on hand to detain his target should their paths cross. He had little love for the mortal world, but his duty had always been here. He had been born to hunt demons and eradicate them, ensuring that all but the stupid ones remained in hell where they belonged and were safe from his kin. The fallen angel Satan had ensured that by invoking barriers that stripped angels of their powers, rendering them weak in his realm. This time, it was not a demon on his dance card. He had been dispatched to locate a female, and the Fey towns spread across the globe were a perfect hiding place for her, and the perfect place for him to hunt for her, since she had been raised a witch. His intel and his orders said that she wasn't a witch, though. She was a female torn between heaven and hell, a product of both realms. She was powerful, but he doubted she knew it, because she didn't know that she was born of a union between an angel and demon, a rare half-breed. It had been 2 centuries since her mother had fled heaven and used all of her tricks and powers to conceal herself from the angels hunting for her. When the angels had eventually found her, she had already placed her infant daughter with a witch family and had lost track of her, so the angels could interrogate her but would never discover her daughter's location. Now, that half-breed believed she was a witch, that her powers came from that blood in her veins, and he had been sent to bring her over to heaven's side. He had been hunting her for close to a century, a mere blip in his lifetime, but one that was beginning to feel like an eternity as it kept him from his home in heaven. He felt eyes on him, but ignored them as he marched forwards, weaving through the crowded shopping street. Canopies stretched out on both sides, bright jewel-colored canvases decorated with various crests and designs, each unique to the witch running the store. They peddled spells as ridiculous as love potions from the small cramped spaces, allowed their copper stills filled with foul-smelling concoctions to stand on the streets and clutter the place, making it even more difficult to move around the town. His intelligence said the female was here, though, somewhere in this busy underground settlement, buried among the several thousand people who occupied it, a mixture of witches, shifters, immortals, and fae, and demons. The skin on the inside of his right wrist burned, and he rubbed it with his left hand, stroking the pad of his thumb across it and feeling the heat of the mark beneath it. He looked down at the stylized black cross on the inside of his wrist and wasn't surprised to see a faint golden glow emanating from it. It triggered often when he was in a Fey town, warning him of nearby demons. The burning grew more intense, and he stopped and looked at the mark, and then at the creatures moving in colorful streams past him, all going about their business. Being on the mortal plane had always disturbed him for some reason, but he had never quite figured out why. After speaking with the other echelon, he had put it down to the mixture of fae, demons, and other creatures who mingled with the mortals, and the fact that he rarely crossed paths with his own kind down here. He preferred the company of his own species over the disgusting ensemble of creatures who populated the Fey town around him. The buzzing in his mark faded to a more manageable level, telling him that the demon had moved on. He looked around the street, scanning the faces of everyone present for that of his target, and then moved on, venturing deeper into the town, towards the center of it. A clock tower rose ahead of him, high into the cavern, and the sound of music drifted from that direction. He looked around again, noticing for the first time that most of the people in the street were heading in that direction, as evening fell in the outside world above them. It might be a good place to scout for his target. He followed the flow of foot traffic, mingling with them and pleased with his job of blending. With his wings concealed and his mortal clothing of thick-soled black leather boots, black jeans, and a black t-shirt, he didn't stand out at all. Many of the echelon chose to wear robes or their armor when visiting the mortal plane. Nothing drew the eye like a 7-foot-tall male in full regalia with huge white wings. He had tried explaining the meaning of the word covert to his comrades, and it hadn't gone down well. Being the youngest at only 467 years old, his opinion was often listened to and then immediately discounted. The thought of having his wings out made the ridges of tissue lining his shoulder blades itch, though. It had been too long since he had taken a moment to unleash them and take to the skies. He preened them every night before resting, but it wasn't the same as flying. The smell of magic swirled around him, stronger now, and the music grew louder ahead of him. But it didn't stop a moment of silence from dropping like a shroud over him when the scent of a demon hit him, and the mark on his inside right wrist flared hot. Positively combusted. Golden light glowed from it, and he slapped his hand over it, hiding it as a few heads turned his way, curious gazes drawn by the sudden burst of light. An urge went through him, dark and dangerous, screaming at him to call his blade. A demon. He could feel it somewhere close to him, and it wasn't the normal kind, the sort that crawled from hell and declared themselves as demons from realms that were numbered. No. This one was strong, born of the devil's blood, still under his command. He scanned the crowd, hunting for the male responsible for the sudden burning in his wrist, and the rising desire to materialize his sword in his hand and do battle. It was hard to keep his focus when that hunger was clamoring in his blood, his instincts as an angel of the echelon driving him to destroy the demon threat. This sort of demon required a more cautious approach, though, because some of them were old enough that they were a match for his strength, and all had been trained in fighting. Running headlong into a battle against a demon from the devil's ranks would be a mistake, and he wasn't the sort of male who made mistakes. He ran his eyes over the people surrounding him again, searching for the demon. Where was he? Satan's demons rarely left hell, so what had drawn this one to the surface? He huffed when he couldn't spot the male. Perhaps they were down a different street. If they had been on the same one as him, he would have easily spotted them. Most demons from the devil's ranks matched his 7-foot height, a gift from their fallen angel DNA. The music swept back in as the burning in his wrist began to fade, and he forced himself to move forwards, towards the square. There seemed to be a festival happening. Now that he was closer, he could see colorful rectangular banners stretched taut across the front vertical beams of wooden stalls selling goods. People formed small groups, with some in the center dancing to the band that had set up beneath the clock tower. The festivities distracted him from thoughts of the demon, and he managed to quell his mark, so the burning became little more than a dull ache. Until his eyes settled on a female across the square from him, sitting on a stone ledge that was at least 6 feet high and formed a pathway that ended in steps that led down into the square to the right of her. Not his target. Something else. He curled his lip at the sight of her, dressed in a rather revealing fashion of a short black corset and even shorter skirt. She swayed as she laughed, swinging a mug in her left hand and spilling some of the contents onto a group of males below her. They all stared up at her enraptured. Well, almost all of them did. Judging by the angle of some of their heads, they were busy looking up her ridiculously small skirt. Her wide smile flashed short fangs, but it was the black horns that protruded from her long onyx hair and her gender that gave her away. A demon, from the devil's service since that fallen angel had eradicated all females from the ranks of the species who had mutinied against him, those from the numbered kingdoms. He had never seen a demoness. He arched an eyebrow as he studied the crowd and noted that the demons from the numbered kingdoms kept their distance from her, as diligently as they kept it from him. They were wary of her. Why? He stepped into the square. Her laughter died on painted red lips, and her face instantly sobered, her eyes leaping straight to him. They narrowed. The males below her all turned his way. Not demons. They were a mixture of fae and shifters if their appearance were anything to go by. The demoness calmly set her tankard down on the stone ledge beside her, hopped off it, and landed on her feet. The males stepped aside, and she stalked towards him, the crowd parting for her and revealing her to him. She didn't take her eyes off him, not even to acknowledge the males who wolf-whistled or called out lewd things to her. Those males' eyes followed her as she sashayed, swinging her curvy hips. Temptress. Her ways wouldn't work on him, though. He stood his ground as she approached and resisted the urge to call his blade. Covert. Causing a scene in the Fey town might cause his target to bolt if she was near or heard about the fight. As much as he wanted to cut the demoness down, he had to remain calm and in control. She stopped right in front of him, tipped her head up, and flashed him a smile that made her ethereally blue eyes shine brightly, amidst the sea of black she had daubed around them. "What's an angel doing here?" she said in English, and looked him up and down. Her smile grew a little wider when his right hand twitched at his side, eager to call his blade, a reaction he hadn't been able to hide. She could see through him. He had never met a demon who could tell he was an angel before. His wings were hidden, his clothing of mortal fashion. but she knew what he was. He had a flash of her looking right at him the moment he had entered the square, entered the vicinity of her senses. She had felt him. "What I am doing here is none of your business." He schooled his features, hiding his curiosity from her and the slow trickle of other emotions. Not fear. He did not fear her. "I should ask you the same thing, demon." "Ah, but I asked first." She twirled the gold to crimson streak down the right side of her hair around her slender fingers and shrugged her bare shoulders. He refused to look at them. He would not be tempted. Her smile widened. "So, what are you doing here?" Irritating and persistent, two things guaranteed to make him strongly consider ending her. He never had liked being questioned. She stepped a little closer, tilted her chin up to keep her blue eyes locked on his, and he barely resisted the urge to shove her away. Her tongue poked out, and she caressed the tip across her red lips as she assessed him again, slower this time, those dazzling eyes lingering on places they shouldn't. His right hand twitched again. Her smile returned. "Not the talking type?" she murmured and sidled closer, until her darkness wrapped around him, making his skin crawl, and he was on the verge of snapping. She canted her head, twisted that colored length of silken hair around her index finger again, and dared to run another appraising glance over him. "You are a little tempting, and I would probably bang you, but you're just oozing goodness, and I might vomit." He backed away a step and scowled at her. Infuriating demoness. "I would never touch you," he bit out, and her smile only widened, as if he had flirted right back at her rather than turned her down. She sighed dramatically, twirled that infernal stripe in her hair again, drawing his eyes to her hands and her black claws. They jumped from there to her horns. "Like what you see?" she whispered huskily. "They would feel fucking amazing rubbed against that." She ghosted a finger up and down in front of him, gesturing to his body. "Although I bet that would also feel fucking amazing under my hands." She wriggled her fingers and edged them towards him. He flashed his teeth at her and backed off another step. "Dare, demoness, and I will cleave your head from your body before your hands could even reach me." She shrugged again. "Your loss. I'm amazing in the sack." What was with this female? Was she trying to rile him? He realized that she was doing a damn fine job of it. He was playing right into her hands. He set his jaw and glared down at her, and her smile went a little wider. "That's more like it. Give me the evil eye. For a moment back there, when I was with my guys, I had an inkling you were trying to look up my skirt or something. And it was a little icky, so I thought I would see to it you got your dick on straight and remembered your position. The one that is not under me." She folded her arms across her chest, causing her breasts to squeeze together in her short black leather corset, and cocked her right hip. Crimson-tipped black swirls snaked over that hip, emerging from beneath her pleated skirt to dance across her toned stomach, and his eyes caught on them, followed them down. They covered her entire right leg, visible beneath her sheer black stockings. She huffed and threw her hands up in the air. "And he's staring again. Like what you see? Want a picture for your spank bank?" Dear Lord, what was wrong with him? He took another step back, fixed his eyes firmly on her face, and shoved any curiosity about her tattoo away. His right hand twitched again. She noticed it. "You want to go at it? You're going to have to pick what it's going to be, though. Fighting or fucking." "Neither," he bit out, and shoved his hands in his jeans pockets to stop him from calling his blade. "Leave my sight, demon." "I was here first. You leave mine." She turned and waved a hand across the air. "This whole town is mine, so get out. Shoo." She turned back towards him, an expectant look on her face. "I said shoo." He shook his head. "I said no." She canted her head again, and when she spoke, the venom and other disturbing thing that had been in her voice was gone, leaving it sober and laced with curiosity. "Why are you here?" "It's none of your business." He went to turn away from her. She reached for him and he whirled on her, his right hand rising to slap her one away, and she staggered back, blinking hard. It seemed the powerful little demoness wasn't as fearless as she pretended to be. He narrowed his eyes on her. "Why are you here?" She backed off a step and scowled at him. "I've had enough of angels looking at me like that over the past 2 days, as if they want to nail my entrails on their wall like art, one far stronger than you. So do not think for a second that you can intimidate me." But he had. He did. He intimidated her, and she had done a good job of concealing it. But then her mask had slipped, and she had revealed her fear to him. He frowned at what she had said. An angel far stronger than him. The devil? She preened her small black horns with trembling fingers, stroking them from the root behind the pointed tips of her ears to the sharp ends near her lobes, and her obvious attempt to calm herself failed. Her face blackened. She swept her right hand through the air between them and glared at him, her eyes growing black and pupils becoming elliptical and beginning to burn gold. "I don't give a flying fuck what business you have here, but you better stay out of my way." She flashed vicious fangs at him, turned on her heel, and stormed away. He watched her go, cocked his head to his right as he tried to make sense of her. He had felt her darkness. She oozed it the same way as he apparently oozed goodness. And yes, it made him want to vomit too. But there was something different about her. Something off. She sauntered through the crowd, ridiculously tiny pleated black skirt threatening to flash her underwear as it swayed side to side, and her long fall of black hair brushing across her lower back and shoulders. He thought about turning away and searching for his target elsewhere, but ended up skirting the packed square, slowly moving towards the side of it where the demoness had hopped back up onto the wall, and was talking with her group of slavering males again. He pushed her out of his mind, but for some damn reason his gaze kept drifting back to her, and his mind would follow it, replaying their conversation. She had been flirting with him. As much as that disturbed him, it confused him too. He idly rubbed the cross on his right inside wrist as he studied her, putting her subtle nuances to memory, while his mind traversed back over everything she had done. She feared him, but she was curious about him too. Why? He had never met a demon who had openly approached him before, seeking him out. She hadn't known he wouldn't strike her down. So what had possessed her to come to him and provoke him? She was either braver than he believed or foolish. He edged closer to her and leaned his back against the stone wall of the building joined to the steps that led up to the raised pathway where she sat, swinging her legs and almost taking out the eyes of several of her suitors with the spiked heels of her black leather knee-high boots. One of the males offered another pewter mug to her, and she took it with a wide smile and winked at him. The wolf shifter practically panted in response, and he was surprised the male didn't howl in victory, sure he would be the one to bed the female. Dear Lord, she would probably bed them all at once if she had her way. She seemed a virile, wicked little creature, wicked enough to offer her body to an angel. He reminded himself that she had merely been teasing him, but it didn't stop a disturbing ache from starting inside him, a dangerous sort of hunger that he fought to suppress, putting it down to her teasing ways and her irritating him until his guard had dropped, allowing that teasing to affect him. He jammed his right hand back into the pocket of his black jeans and ran his left over his unruly blonde hair, brushing the finger-length strands back from his face. It was getting too long, but he had been too caught up in his hunt to find the time to have it trimmed. The demoness flicked a glance his way over her left shoulder, one that she had no doubt meant to be covert, but had been blatantly obvious. She toyed with her silvery tankard and went back to flirting with her brood of males. He focused on her, centered himself and purged all emotion as he allowed calm to sweep into his mind and his soul, emptying them both. When he had found his balance amidst the silence, he called on his other gift, the one that was rare among angels now, the ability to read intentions. It was slow to come as always, steadily building inside him as he focused on the target he wanted to read, the demoness. He wanted to see if she had come to this place to merely enjoy the festivities, or whether she had a different agenda. His gift triggered. Nothing. He frowned, put it down to distance, and moved a few steps closer. He focused on her again, called on his gift, and let it wash through him. Again, nothing. His frown grew deeper, and he tried again. And again. Every time, he couldn't pick up anything from her, but he could read the males at her feet like open books. They were thinking about being the one who would take her back home, or to a nearby room or alley. One seemed rather intent on seeing all of her tattoo, and that desire drew his gaze back to her legs. He couldn't see her right one from this angle, with her slightly in front of him on the raised stone platform beyond the steps to his right, but he could catch the red tips of the swirls that arced over her right hip to the small of her back. The black cross on his wrist burned. He idly rubbed his thumb over it, trying to soothe the mark. He knew there was a demon present. It didn't have to keep reminding him. He wasn't here to hunt her, though. He was here on a mission he was ignoring while he tried to figure out a demon of all creatures. He pushed away from the wall and turned to leave.
"Can you do me a little favor?"
The demoness's voice curled above the crowd, soft and gentle, a flirtatious edge to her English.
"I need some info."
That arrested his steps, and he frowned as he listened hard, struggling to hear her over the noise of the chatter of those in the busy square and the music. What was she up to? He turned his head slightly towards his right, enough that he could see her out of the corner of his eye.
"Have you seen a female in town? A young woman?"
she said. His blood dropped a degree. She couldn't be.
"She's a friend, around 5'7", with short brown hair and matching brown eyes. I've heard she runs with a coven, one called Cruison, I think."
He spat out a curse, his only vice. Cruison. He had the sinking feeling that his mission had just become a lot more complicated at the critical moment, and that he knew the reason the demoness was in town. She was after the half-breed, too. Chapter 3. Asteria didn't like the way the angel was eyeing her. She wanted to say that she doubted he would attack her in such a public place, but angels were a pain in the arse like that, and didn't normally give a fuck about pulling innocents into their battles if it meant another demon bit the dust. She kept an eye on him as she drank her tankard of brew, enjoying the buzz that tripped through her with each sip. When the males loitering around her feet began to look as if they were losing interest, she flashed them another flirty smile and flicked her black hair over her shoulder, revealing her cleavage and pulling them back under her spell. They weren't difficult to manipulate. It wasn't even taking all of her wiles to keep them firmly under her control and thinking they had a shot with her. As if. She shuddered at just the thought. None of the Fae and immortals below her were worthy of her attention. They certainly weren't the type of male she would bang. Her eyes betrayed her and slid towards the angel where he casually leaned against a stone building to her left, stunning pale green eyes scanning the busy square. He folded his muscular arms across his broad chest, causing his black t-shirt to stretch tight, and frowned as he blinked. When his eyes opened again, they were locked on her. She shivered, a hot bolt of lightning zinging through her bones. She pulled down a breath to steady herself and glared at him for good measure, until he looked away from her. She had a problem with him, mostly based on the fact he was too bloody handsome. The sort of handsome that had her eyes gravitating towards him all the time, and seemed to turn the sensible part of her brain to mush, because she kept forgetting that he wasn't just eye candy. He was angelic eye candy. He was all good and bright and holier than thou, and shit that got her back up. But by the devil, he was gorgeous. She didn't have to work hard to imagine just how chiseled and perfect his body was beneath the damned clothes that concealed it. If the toned, sinewy muscles of his bare arms were anything to go by, the delicious corded perfection of his deltoids and those bulging biceps and sexy-toned forearms, then he was a god beneath the irritating black t-shirt and jeans. She wanted to tear them off him to see if she was right. With her teeth. She could just imagine how he would react to that, too, and what sort of punishment would await her if anyone back home found out she had banged an angel. Although if she screwed him and he fell from grace, she would probably get a promotion and a hefty reward from the devil. He liked to reward that sort of thing. Another fallen angel for his ranks would certainly go a long way towards scrubbing the black stain off her name. She shook her head, dislodging that idea. She had been stupid enough to approach the angel when she had spotted him across the square, placing herself in grave danger. Seducing him to the dark side was not going to happen. She wasn't even sure why she had confronted him. She wasn't the sort to do something so reckless, not under normal circumstances. The sight of the angel had panicked her, though, and she put it down to fear of what her Dark Lord would do to her if she failed this mission. That fear had made her attempt to drive the angel off her turf. She was still surprised he hadn't killed her. Asteria dragged her eyes away from him, dropped them back to her drooling band of idiots, and smiled at all of them.
"So, about this coven,"
she said, and they all spoke at once, a cacophony that made her want to scream as she tried to understand what they were rushing to tell her. She picked out a few juicy tidbits about the coven she was meant to locate, the most annoying one being that they had moved on and were traveling south. Damn it. Another hot shiver tripped through her, and she tensed in response to the feel of the angel's eyes on her again. She tried to ignore him, but it wasn't long before her eyes had gravitated back to him. Why had she confronted him, placing herself in the firing line of his wrath? It had been an urge at the time, and she had followed it, but now that she was questioning it, she wasn't sure what the urge had really been, or where it had come from. She had set eyes on him, had known instinctively that he was an angel, and the next thing she had known, she had been storming across the square towards him. Her best you-know-you-want-this strut in place. She had flirted with him. What the ever-living hell was wrong with her? Flirted. She had convinced herself that it had been to rile him and get his back up, because irritating an angel had been fun. But there was a part of her that had to work pretty damn hard to pretend that some of it hadn't been real. She hadn't really flirted with him. She hadn't really imagined just how hot it might be to lure him over to the dark side. She really hadn't lost herself in a fantasy about just how incredible he might be as a lover, with all that power and strength, and his wicked good looks. It had all been an act on her part. Totally an act. Those stunning peridot eyes slid her way again, sending white-hot lightning arcing through her as they landed on her, and she couldn't drag her gaze away from his. She felt weak, trembled. It was being away from hell. It messed with her powers and left her vulnerable, and that was why he affected her so badly. Here he was stronger than she was, a threat to her. She didn't need an angel sniffing around when she was on such an important mission, one where her life was on the line, and he was doing just that. The bastard was listening in on her conversation. She was starting to feel that the devil had left out some details, like the fact there was a fucking echelon after the same target, and now tall, blonde, and holy was going to be chasing her tail. Asteria scowled at him and flipped him the bird. He arched a pale eyebrow at that and sighed. He annoyed the hell out of her. He was so damned haughty and self-righteous, just like all the angels. She could feel it from here. He was dripping with goodness, and it sickened her. That was it. That was why she found it impossible to keep her eyes off him and ignore him. He affected her because he was sickeningly good. And hot. He was undeniably hot. Incredibly hot. She glared at him, and both of his eyebrows rose high on his forehead, a confused look entering his eyes before they emptied of emotion again. Angels shouldn't be hot. Okay, the devil was a fallen angel, and he was a beautiful bastard. But for some reason, it rubbed her the wrong way with this guy. It made her skin itchy. But at the same time, it filled her with a twisted need. She was awfully tempted to try and break his shiny metaphorical halo in half and stick it up his arse. But she was equally tempted to seduce the bastard. Maybe it would knock him down a peg or 3. Asteria dismissed it. Her Dark Lord might love a present of a corrupted angel, but there was a tiny part of her that wasn't sure pleasing him would be the reason she did it. She refused to look too closely at that part, afraid of what she might find.
"Do you know where the Cruis and Coven were heading?"
She smiled sweetly at a young, scrawny cat shifter and leaned over, giving him a view of her cleavage as she stroked her hand under his chin. His eyes slid shut as she lightly raked her claws through the messy scruff on his jaw, and he practically purred. The sensation of the angel's eyes on her grew fiercer, as if he was glaring at her now. She ignored the bastard and kept with her stroking, until the cat shifter was putty in her hands.
"London. The Fey town near it.
He stammered and looked wounded when she removed her hand and leaned back, turning her attention on the nymph male as he cleared his throat. Out of all the men gathered at her feet, he was the most tempting, his thick black hair and vivid cerulean eyes setting off his natural good looks. His ripped bare torso didn't hurt either, giving her something nice to look at as she smiled down at him. Not as nice as the angel. Asteria shoved that voice out of her head and kept her focus on the nymph.
You know where this town is?
He nodded. At a mansion in the countryside. I can take you there. Tempting, but she didn't need an escort. Her gaze flicked to the angel again, although if he was going to tail her, an escort might be useful. She shook that away and shifted her focus back to her boys. She was strong enough to deal with her echelon friend, and she preferred to roll alone. The sensation of his eyes on her disappeared, and the instinct that constantly warned her of danger faded. She resisted the temptation to look to her left and see whether he was still watching her. It's popular with witches, the wolf shifter put in, his eagerness pleasing her as he stepped closer. She did love the way he panted over her, hunger in his brown eyes. She leaned over and tunneled her fingers through his mousy hair, clutched it and pulled him closer still. It's run by the Rosengard coven.
Another coven?
She frowned down at him as she patted him on the head, brushed her palm over his hair and down the side of his face to under his chin. She tipped it up and gripped his jaw. A male one. Look for loose white shirts and brown trousers. Their uniform. He looked as if he wanted a treat for being such a good boy. She pressed a kiss to her other fingers and touched them to his lips. The poor male almost fainted. Such easy prey. She slipped into flirting on autopilot with them as she mulled over everything they had told her, flashing them teasing smiles. The angel might be a problem. Her gaze sought him. He was gone. She scanned the throng in the square, covering every inch of it, but he was nowhere to be seen. Asteria smiled as she realized he had left before he had heard the best part from her informants, one that had given her a solid lead in the form of the Rosengard coven. This was going to be easier than she had expected. Chapter 4. The new Fey town was quieter than the one he had left in Fort William, situated in a cavern beneath a country estate outside London. He strolled through it, scanning the faces of everyone in the witches' district. This Fey town stood apart from the others he had visited around the world, the districts bearing huge ornate arch signs across the street at their entrances, and each looking slightly different from the others. The witches' district was near the main entrance of the cavern, below the steps that led down from the tunnel into it, and consisted of square, flat-roofed, whitewashed buildings of different heights tightly packed together. Narrow cobbled arteries ran between them, and on the main shopping streets, the colorful canvas canopies that reached out from each store almost touched in the center of the road. To the right of the witches' district was one he would be sure to avoid unless absolutely necessary. This Fey town had a demon's district, made up of single-story buildings constructed of black wooden beams with white plaster in the space between them, and crooked tiled roofs. Smoke curled lazily from many of the chimneys, drifting high into the air and dissipating near the jagged roof of the cavern. He lifted his gaze from the people moving along the busy street in the witches' district, and pinned it on the far end of the cavern where it curved. Tall buildings hugged that curve, each a different color, banners hanging from their walls. One of the buildings, a crimson four-story monstrosity with balconies on almost every window, housed succubi. Whenever he visited this town, he kept his distance from them. He wasn't interested in the wares they peddled, or falling foul of their abilities to lure a man into their beds against his will, making him feel he wanted it. On the left of the bordello was a blue building bearing long cerulean and silver banners streaming down its front. It belonged to a tiger shifter pride, one who kept to themselves for the most part. To the right of the bordello was a dull gray building belonging to a clan of ogres. He wouldn't be surprised if the succubi used their charms on the ogres. The poor males were not blessed with beauty, meaning few females outside of their own species were interested in them. Near the Tiger Pride's building was a cream haphazard one with a black banner hanging down the right of the facade, and he'd had to ask the local witches about that one. It turned out that many different cat shifters called it home now, a makeshift pride for those who had none. To the far left of the curved back wall of the cavern stood a 3-story black building, a tavern. He had been forced to secure lodgings there, despite the number of demons who frequented the place. It had been the only available room in the town, so he would have to put up with how his mark throbbed with a low burn the entire time he was in it. The last time he had visited this fey town, there had been a small inn run by witches at the other end of the cavern near the entrance steps, but they had closed their business and moved on, leaving him with no choice other than lodging with demons. He curled his lip in disgust, caught himself, and sighed as he purged his emotions and cleared his mind. He returned to searching for his target. He had received a report from heaven that had given him this town as her next location, which unnerved him, because he had overheard one of the males in the Scottish fey town giving the Demoness the same information. He pushed thoughts of the Demoness out of his head and focused back on his mission. He had a flawless record when it came to his missions and his duty as an echelon, and he was not going to allow a Demoness to swoop in and ruin things for him now. This mission was important to him because it was important to heaven, and he would not fail. He would find the half-breed first, before the Demoness could corrupt her. He had left for this town as soon as he had heard one of her informants mention it, able to teleport here because he had visited it before. It was slightly different now, with the new factions occupying the buildings at the far end, but similar enough that he could easily find his way around. The witches' district hadn't really changed, and it hadn't taken much effort on his part to rekindle old relationships with the females who peddled their potions and spells along the streets. The last store he had stopped at had spoken of another coven, one filled with males, and he was heading there now. The black cross on his wrist itched and then began a steady burn. He scowled at it, clenched his teeth, and bit back a growl as he realized what it meant, just a second before a demon walked out of the alley ahead of him. Dear Lord, he wanted to cut her down. Infuriating Demoness. She looked stunned for a split second as her blue eyes landed on him, but recovered quickly, flicking long black hair over her bare shoulders and sauntering towards him. Her tartan pleated skirt bounced with each step and matched the trim on her small black corset top, and the ribbons threaded through the tops of her stockings. The red complemented the ink of her tattoo, and he resisted the temptation to look at it and chart each swirl and curve that traversed her right thigh, and the dip of her waist between her skirt and corset.
"What are you doing here, Ray?"
she said, her voice all light when all he could feel from her was darkness. Darkness that made his gift urge him to eradicate her. She was a threat, a demon, and it was his duty to end her. He tamped down that hunger and regained a sliver of control over his echelon instincts, enough that he could take in what she had said, and frown at her in response as her use of a word for him perplexed him. Ray? I am the 5th commander of the echelon, and you will address me as such, if you must address me at all, which I would prefer you did not. He swept past her, barely stifling the urge to lash out at her as it rose back to the fore. He gritted his teeth and shoved it back down inside again. Covert. His target was coming to this town, might be here already among these witches, and he was not going to ruin this chance to secure her because a demoness had riled him. Said demoness bounced beside him, so close that his skin flushed hot on his left side. He edged away from her, but she moved closer again. Persistent, irritating female.
You did not answer my question, Ray.
She hopped in front of him, and he had to stop dead to avoid colliding with her. He flashed his teeth at her and ducked down the alley on his right. A mistake. The alley was small, barely wide enough to accommodate him, but that didn't stop her from trying to get back in front of him. She squeezed past him, her bare skin brushing his, and another unsettling shiver ran through him, and his skin burned where she had touched him. Repulsion. That was all that sensation was, nothing more. I am not here to hunt demons, he said, and glared at her when she stopped in front of him, forcing him to stop too because his only other option was to squeeze past her, and he was damned if that was going to happen. He would not touch her. I will gladly deal with you if you insist on annoying me, though. She shrugged.
Whatever, Ray.
He curled his fingers into fists, sought some calm amongst the storm of his emotions as it raged out of control. He drew down slow, deep breaths, filling his lungs and waiting for the fury to pass. She was provoking him on purpose. She was attempting to annoy him, and was evidently taking pleasure from it. Her smile was proof of that. The Demoness was enjoying ruffling his feathers. He would not give in to her and give her the pleasure of seeing him angry. He stared her down, and some of her amusement fled her face, turning it sober. "Why do you insist on calling me Ray?" She shrugged again.
Why do angels insist on having no names? It makes things so difficult. It must be hell trying to get someone's attention in heaven.
He folded his arms across his chest, which rather than intimidating her into answering him only seemed to delight her and draw her eyes down to his body. Black bled into the edges of her irises, and the blue blazed so brightly her eyes glowed in the low light of the alley. He unfolded them and shoved his hands into his pockets. Another mistake. He had thought it would make things better, but it only made them worse. Her eyes dropped with his hands, landing on his crotch. "Why do you insist on calling me Ray?" He bit out again, and she blinked and looked up at him, fine black eyebrows lodged high on her forehead, a confused edge to her eyes, as if she had forgotten everything that had happened in the past 5 minutes while she had been gulping at his body. She casually rolled her right shoulder and then flashed him a wicked grin.
It's a play on the Spanish word for king. You know, because you're a royal pain in my arse.
He huffed at her. He did not find that amusing. She responded by holding her hand out to him.
My name is Asteria.
It was his turn to arch an eyebrow. After the Greek Titan? She nodded and beamed until he shook his head and sighed. A demon does not deserve the name of a mortal goddess of old. Her face blackened, her hand dropped to her side, and her pupils turned elliptical in the center of her now black irises and blazed gold fire at him.
Tell that to my parents, whoever the fuck they were.
He had hit a sore spot, and for some reason it left him reeling, feeling something for her that wasn't disgust or hatred. While he didn't remember his family, he had learned of them from those who had known them, and he felt that he'd had a family. It seemed that Asteria hadn't, and it made him think about how he would feel if that was the case for him, and he found himself balancing on the verge of doing something ridiculous. Apologizing. Angels did not apologize to demons. He looked down on her, his head held high, seeing her for what she was. A demon. Just because she was a female, it didn't mean she was any different from the countless other demons he had met and eradicated. None of those had given him the impression that they cared about others. This was probably another ploy to get under his skin, but it wouldn't work. She was a demon. She did not care that she had never known her family. It was a lie. Even when part of him knew it was the truth, and the hurt in her voice had been real. He turned away from her, striding down the alley back towards the main road of the witches' district. She was still a moment, drifting into the distance, but then she started following him again. He wanted to bellow to the heavens. Instead, he prayed for patience, enough to stop himself from cutting her down. His right hand twitched. He shoved it in his pocket. She caught up with him a few meters along the main street, dancing between the various fae and witches as they came and went. When she twirled in front of him, her tartan-pleated skirt swirled upwards and outwards, flashing black, lace-edged panties at him. He gritted his teeth, pinned his gaze straight ahead, and did his best to ignore her. It became impossible when she bounced ahead of him, her fall of straight onyx hair jumping with each step. The gold-to-red stripe down the right side of her hair came into view as she looked over her shoulder at him and smiled saucily. Her short fangs snagged her red lower lip, teased it in a way that made him feel she was trying to tease him, too. He shook his head and ignored her attempts to taunt him, and fixed his gaze over her head. It was difficult when she stood over 6 foot, taller than many of the males who were ogling her as she passed. Some eyed her black horns where they protruded from her hair, but most were staring at her breasts or thighs. Personally, he found his eyes drawn to her stiletto boots, and his mind drawn to pondering how she managed to bounce along the cobbled road in them, without landing a foot wrong and ending up on her backside. They looked impossible to walk in, let alone bounce or run, the black spikes of her heels at least 4 inches in length. She twirled to face him, her red lips curved in another wicked smile.
You're staring again, Ray.
He rolled his eyes and sighed.
Wondering how my boots would feel with the heels pressing into your bare arse as you pound into me?
His right hand twitched in his jeans. Of course she noticed it. Grinned. He glared at her and dared her to say something. She stopped and swayed her hips, bit her fingertip, and fluttered her long black eyelashes.
Your eyes are going gold. Are you going to get your big sword out and punish me?
She flashed a saucy wink at him. He just stared at her, unsure what to make of her and how she made him feel. His eyes were going golden. He could feel the change as something inside him rose and grew, something he wasn't entirely sure was anger. She sidled closer, and whatever spell she had cast on him shattered. He rose to his full height and glared down at her, clenched his fists at his sides, and was sorely tempted to unleash his wings, knowing the sight of them would scare some sense into her. In this world, he was stronger than she was, and she was playing with fire, the heavenly sort that could burn her to ashes with only a touch. It was time she knew that. Before he could send the call to his white wings and unfurl them, her skin paled and the amusement fled her eyes, and she backed away from him. She muttered things beneath her breath, words that drove burning needles into his mind, and had him teetering on the edge of lashing out at her as he fought the pain. The demon tongue. No angel could hear it without experiencing agony and an uncontrollable need to destroy whoever spoke it, regardless of whether or not they were a demon. She seemed to sense his rising hunger to end her because she stopped and stared at him, a wary edge to her blue eyes. He pulled down a deep breath, exhaled it slowly, and centered himself, driving out his need to dispense justice and focusing back on his mission as the pain subsided. He gave her one last hard look he hoped would convince her to leave him alone now, and strode past her. She followed. "Do you not possess common sense, demon?" he snapped as she came up beside him, all trace of fear gone from her face and her color back again. She was close to him, near enough that her darkness should have been crawling over his skin, but as he looked at her he felt only a trickle of it, a dull sensation that she was the dark to his light, his enemy. Odd. He thought back to when she had come out of the alley, crossing paths with him again, and realized that the darkness she emitted had been weaker then, too. She felt different now. Or he did. The darkness she exuded bothered him less, barely registered to his mark that was calm against his wrist, not a trace of a burn in it. Because she had been out of hell for longer, her strength and demonic powers fading as she spent time away from her natural habitat? Or because he was growing used to her presence? He feared it was the latter, and that set him on guard and had him edging away from her.
I said my name was Asteria, and I have common sense by the boatload, Ray. You just happen to be heading in the same direction as me.
She looked ready to poke her tongue out at him. If she did, he might cut it off. She would grow it back, but it would keep her mercifully quiet while that happened. Instead of maiming her, he decided to join in her game, and play her to see what information he could get out of her. And what direction would that be, Asteria? It seemed odd saying her name, the name of a demon. He couldn't recall ever doing such a thing before. Demons were demons. They were not worthy of him knowing their name, or their history, or anything about them, and he had never been interested in such things either. Before now. As Asteria bounced ahead of him, drawing the gazes of far too many males, he realized he was curious about her, and had been from the moment he had set eyes on her.
To the Rosengard Coven, silly.
She pointed towards the 5-story brown and white building at the far end of the cavern, wedged between the Black Tavern and the cream one belonging to the makeshift Cat Pride. He sincerely hoped she hadn't changed his name to Silly. He frowned at that. He did not possess a name. He possessed a rank, the position as 5th commander of the echelon. He did not need a name. His rank was a greater honor than any name could ever be. Yet he still found himself hoping she wasn't about to begin calling him silly all the time. He stared over her head at the Coven building. She had been heading in the same direction as him after all. "Leave," he said, not wanting her to interfere in his mission. Asteria turned to face him, skipped backwards along the street, and smiled in a way he didn't like, one that said he was about to be given a reason to keep her with him, at least for a little longer.
I guarantee I can get information out of our lead.
Our lead? He huffed at that. He was damned if he was going to work with a demon. He paused and considered that. She did have a lead, and she did seem confident about being able to extract information from said lead. He didn't trust her, though. She was a demon. Her means of getting the information she spoke of were probably nefarious, such as torture. "I decline. You may leave." He waved his hand through the air, shooing her away, which only seemed to infuriate her. She blocked his path, shoved her hands against her hips, and scowled at him.
"I decline."
She mocked him, little wench. He glared down at her, but she didn't relent. She stepped closer, tipped her chin up in a mulish way, and glared right back at him.
"It was my lead first, and you probably only know about it because you snooped on me. I know you listened in on my conversation back at Fort William. You stole my intel."
He folded his arms across his chest, his eyebrows pinching hard as he set his jaw. "I did no such thing. I left before you received anything of value from those males you were luring with the offer of free sex. I presume you slept with them as payment?" The thought that she had made his blood burn for some reason, but he justified it by telling himself it was because she was sinful, wicked, and he punished such crimes. He merely wanted to punish her. Asteria's words echoed in his mind, a sultry tease about his big sword and punishing her with it. He gritted his teeth and shoved her out of his head.
"I didn't fuck them,"
she snapped, loud enough that a few people paused to stare.
"I'm not that sort of woman. Do you think all demons fit the stupid image heaven has drilled into that thick skull of yours?"
He arched an eyebrow at her tone and the way her eyes were changing again, turning black as her pupils blazed gold and thinned into vertical slits. Her black horns even flared a little. "And do you think all angels fit the image the devil has drilled into your head?" he countered. Another mistake. She responded by looking him up and down in a way that only made his blood burn hotter for some reason, especially when her eyes lingered on his hips and chest. It became an inferno in his veins when she stepped up to him, tiptoed, and whispered into his ear.
"Your halo is a little bent."
She turned and walked away before he could muster a retort, her words swimming in his head. "What do you mean by that?" he barked after her. She just raised her right hand above her shoulder and saluted him with her middle finger. He bit out a low growl of frustration and went after her, trying to push what she had said out of his mind. She was messing with him, that was all. So why couldn't he stop pondering it? His halo was bent? Was she insinuating that he was a bit wicked like her? He laughed at that. Far from it. He had never set a foot out of place, followed orders to the letter, and was devoted to his duty. He had never had a wicked thought in his life. He could practically taste the lie in that as he stared at her, watching her walking away from him, her pert backside swaying side to side beneath that infernal pleated skirt that revealed more than it concealed, swishing back and forth to give him glimpses of lace-trimmed black panties. Ray had the sinking feeling that the Demoness was affecting him. Dear Lord, she was. Because he had just called himself by the very name she had given him. He clenched his fists and vowed that as soon as they had questioned the members of the Rosengard Coven, they were going their separate ways and he would never see her again. He was fifth commander of the Echelon, an angel, one of the elite, an eradicator of demons. She was one of those demons, a breed of creature he lived to hunt and destroy. It was time he remembered that. Chapter 5. The angel was so easy to rile it was almost boring. Still, Asteria did love the way his eyes flashed gold fire at her whenever she ruffled his feathers. She bounced ahead of him, leading the way towards the dull brown and white building ahead of them at the end of one of the main roads of the town, enjoying the way his eyes kept drifting back to her. He was doing his best to ignore her, to keep those stunning peridot eyes off her, but he was failing dismally. She knew whenever his attempts failed and his eyes landed back on her, a brief flare of heat would chase through her. One that a part of her she was doing her best to ignore whispered came from more than just the fact he was an angel. She'd had run-ins with his kind before, and their presence always set off a low burning in her blood. This sensation was different, though. It ran deeper, blazed hotter, making her too aware of him where he trailed behind her, all glower and gruff as he stared at her back. Maybe it was an echelon thing. She had never crossed paths with one from that elite clique of arseholes. Most demons who strayed into their paths didn't live to tell the tale. She was honestly surprised that she had, especially considering the way he looked at her from time to time, a glint in his eyes as his right hand twitched at his side, telling her that he wanted to call that fiery blade he possessed to cut her into little bitty pieces with it. Or he could just call his echelon gift and burn her with nothing more than a touch. What was stopping him from doing his duty and killing her? Asteria didn't want to search for the answer to that question too hard. Something warned her that she wouldn't like it. Or maybe she would, and that was why she feared it so much. She cast a quick glance over her shoulder at him, catching him studying the hodgepodge of white flat-roofed buildings around them. His pale green-yellow eyes twinkled with warmth as he nodded at a few witches, spoke with them in a kind manner, and gave them each a smile as they chatted, and some even flirted with him. By the devil, he really did ooze goodness. There wasn't a drop of darkness in him. Although something was different about him today, she could still sense the light in him, but it no longer affected her as it had in Fort William. She didn't feel a pressing urge to vomit whenever he was near her. No. The pressing urges she experienced now were far more unsettling. She had crossed paths with many angels from the usual ranks of heaven, had even been responsible for the demise of one or two in her lifetime. All of them had made her want to fight and protect herself. Ray didn't. It set her on edge because the less he triggered her demon instincts that screamed he was a danger to her and that he was good, all light and shiny, the less resistance she had against him, and the more she felt the full effect of being around him. The more she wanted to tangle with him, and not in the fighting sense of the word. His blond eyebrows dipped, his firm, broad mouth settling in a stern line, and his gaze slowly edged back to her. Asteria faced front again, shaking off the odd sensations that ran through her whenever she dared to look at him. She labeled them as disgust. She despised him. That damn little voice whispered again, calling them other names. Desire, lust. Whenever she teased him sexually, it fired her up, caused heat to pool low in her abdomen, and her blood to burn at the image of whatever she had taunted him with actually happening. The thought of the heels of her boots digging into the firm globes of his backside as he thrust into her, acting like spurs for her stallion, had her trembling with a need to see if the bastard might take her up on it and make that fantasy real. No chance. His green eyes had told her that straight. She had to be losing her fucking mind if she was considering sleeping with an angel anyway. She flicked another glance over her shoulder, bit back a gasp when her eyes met his, and quickly looked away again as fire flashed through her, making her nipples hard beneath her corset. The devil damn him to hell.
"Quit staring, Ray," she bit out and shuddered for effect. "It gives me the heebie-jeebies."
He huffed. "Believe me, I am not looking at you in any way other than as a potential threat, Asteria." She shuddered again, this one all too real and born of pleasure, as her name rolled off his tongue in his gruff, deep voice. Sin. This angel was built for it whether he knew it or not. She glanced again, cursed him in her head in the demon tongue, as she caught something new in his eyes, something startling, before he masked it by turning his attention elsewhere. Amusement. The stuck-up angel was teasing her and enjoying it. The slightly mortified edge his eyes had gained said that horrified him. Why? Were all angels so damned stiff that they didn't have fun? She spun to face him and stopped in his path, and he was so busy diligently keeping his eyes off her that he collided with her. She shivered, a hot and achy one, as his hard body pressed against hers for a second, knocking her back, before he leaped away like a frightened cat to stand at a 2-meter distance from her, glowering at her again. She planted her hands on her hips and glared right back at him.
"I didn't walk into you, jackass, so don't give me that look."
Her body continued to tremble from the brief contact, tiny aftershocks of heat rippling through her. What the hell would he do to her if he did take that stick out of his fine backside and succumb to her charms? She wasn't sure she could handle a male like him. In fact, she felt pretty damn certain she would melt into a puddle on the floor. He looked close to unleashing his pearly white wings to threaten her, so she twirled the colored stripe in her hair around her finger. His eyes darted there. He dragged them away again, and the unruly little critters went right back to her fingers, remaining locked on them this time. She slowed her movements, deliberately twisting the gold-to-red stripe around her index finger, brushing it occasionally with her thumb. Those beautiful greens lost their sharp edge, his pupils dilating to darken them as he watched her fingers. She could almost hear his thoughts. Would her hair feel soft in his fist as he grabbed it and tugged her head back for a forbidden wicked kiss? By the devil, she wanted to know just how his profane mouth would feel on hers as he did such a thing. Asteria took a step towards him, smiled when he didn't bolt, was too busy staring at her fingers as they worked their magic on him, holding him firmly under her spell. She edged another step closer, and another, until she was only a meter from him, could feel his power radiating from him, washing over her and colliding with hers. Only this time, the light he unconsciously emitted didn't rub her the wrong way. It didn't bother her at all. She risked a glance at his right wrist, frowned as she noticed the cross on the inside of it that marked him as an echelon wasn't glowing. It should have been burning, blazing with light because of her proximity, but there wasn't even a faint glow about it. It was pitch black. "Asteria," he murmured and swallowed hard. His lips parted, blonde eyebrows dropping low above those hungry green eyes, and she waited with bated breath, so eager to hear what he was going to say that she made the mistake of moving closer. Bright light burst from the corner of her left eye, and he flashed his teeth at her. "Get away from me!" At first she thought he was threatening her, a fear that had her leaping back a good 2 meters. But then her eyes widened as he grasped his right wrist and let out a low growl of frustration as he clutched it, his face contorting. "What's wrong?" she said, and his eyes darted up to her, narrowed into dark slits that quickly burned gold. Huge feathered white wings erupted from his back, tearing through his black t-shirt, and she gasped as she stumbled backwards, her fear turning to panic. "Run," he whispered, and she wanted to do just that, wanted to take the out he was giving to her. But something kept her feet pinned to the cobbles within striking distance of him. The fear in his gold eyes. He honestly didn't want to hurt her. The quiet voice she liked to think of as her survival instinct rose to a scream in her mind, compelling her to flee, not only to save herself but to spare him. She tried to move, but nothing happened. It was as if her feet had been glued to the ground. She was powerless before him, could only swallow hard and pray to every god she knew that her life wasn't about to end here. She had dodged a bullet with the devil, and it had filled her with a strong desire to live. So why the hell wasn't she hauling arse across the town? "Asteria," Ray whispered, his handsome face crumpling as he struggled with his right hand, as if he had no control over it. Most of the street had stopped to stare, and most of them were looking at Ray as he stood opposite her, stunning white wings arching high above his shoulders. "Ray." She held her right hand out in front of her, her palm facing him. "You don't want to do this." It was more a question than a statement to convince him to put his pearly white wings away and stop looking at her as if he was going to burn her to ashes at any second. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth so hard his jaw muscles popped beneath his tanned, smooth skin, and gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head. He didn't want to kill her. So what had him on the verge of doing it? Prickles ran through her as her senses blared a warning so loud it was deafening, and she sharply looked to her right, up at the roof of one of the stores. Another angel stood there, a male with a thick head of onyx hair and startling silver eyes. This one wore armor from neck to toe that reminded her of the knights of old in fairy tales the mortals told. The white plates were edged with gold and shaped like muscles over his torso, and the vambraces around his forearms and greaves around his shins were decorated with images she couldn't quite make out at this distance, a distance she was more than happy to maintain between them. He turned his silver eyes from her to Ray, and they narrowed as they crossed the distance between them. "Fifth Commander of the Echelon," he said in a deep, commanding voice, and Ray straightened, inhaled hard, and calmly released his right wrist, finally in control of himself. Ray nodded as he looked up at the other angel. Fourth Commander of the Echelon, what brings you here? Said fourth commander curled his lip at her, disgust written across every line of his face, and then blocked her out as he focused on Ray. I relay a message. There is a male you must question in regards to your mission. He resides in the Rosengard Coven. I am aware. The reason I work with the Demoness is to question said male. Ray sounded awfully like he had just made an excuse for being around her, giving the angel a reason not to slay her on the spot. The black-haired buffoon merely sighed and ignored her. I have no interest in your reasons for aligning yourself temporarily with the demon. You can explain them to the council when your mission is done and you return, after you have dealt with her once she is no longer useful.
I'll fucking deal with you. How about that?
She strode towards him but halted when Ray held his hand up to her, and the fourth commander glared at her, his eyes flashing gold but also with something else. Something that made her reconsider threatening him. While Ray was as good and noble as he appeared, this one had darkness in him in the form of a temper, a hunger for violence that reminded her of the devil. Prodding the big black bear was not a good idea. She edged back, settling for glaring at him. He curled his lip and turned away from her again, resettling his focus on Ray. I will be out of contact for a short time. If the council ask where I have gone, I am heading south on personal business. With that, he disappeared. Asteria frowned. Ray mirrored her.
Heading south?
She said, and he looked across at her, a troubled edge to his eyes.
Does that mean what I think it does?
Because she wasn't sure she could believe it if it did. He nodded, his expression turning grave. He has been troubled by something recently, and though he has tried to put it out of his mind, it seems it has finally won, and he can no longer deny his need to deal with it. And I do not know why I am telling you any of this. It has nothing to do with you. Keep your nose out of our business, demon. She let that one slide, because she knew why he was telling her. He was concerned about his friend, and rightly so. The fourth commander of the Echelon was going to hell. Only foolish angels ventured there, where they were weakened and experienced pain that only made them even more vulnerable. What had possessed the angel so fiercely that he couldn't let it go? She wanted to ask Ray, but the hardness in his eyes warned her to hold her tongue. With a long, weary sigh, he folded his white wings against his back and closed his eyes. She watched as those feathered fiends slowly shrank and then disappeared into his back, and her eyebrows rose as Ray huffed and turned in a circle, trying to peer over his shoulder at his ruined shirt. The back hung in tatters that revealed delicious glimpses of golden skin and hard muscle, and something she found disturbingly sexy. 2 long, thick ridges of scar tissue that blazed vertical lines down his shoulder blades, around an inch either side of his spine. Her mouth watered, hungry to press her lips along those lines, teasing his skin. If his wing scars were anything like hers, they would be sensitive, the slightest touch sending a trembling heat through him. By the devil, she wanted to crank his gears by licking them. Ray only made the hunger sweeping through her worse as he huffed, reached over his back with his right hand and pulled his ruined black t-shirt off over his head, revealing far too much of his glorious physique. He tossed her a warning scowl, but she couldn't tear her eyes off him. He was just too damn gorgeous, too damn alluring. He stood 7 feet tall, golden skin stretched taut over honed muscles that made her quiver inside, trembling with a need to reach out and touch him to see whether his skin would be soft and smooth, while his muscles would be as hard as stone. He rolled his shoulders, an irritated look settling on his handsome features that she barely noticed as she perused him at her leisure, eyes taking a holiday as they roamed across the broad square slabs of his pectorals and then down the sexy deep valley between them, to the rolling hills of his abdomen, 8 of them forming an image of masculine perfection. Her hunger grew fiercer as she eyed the wicked curve of muscle that arched over his hips, and let her eyes down to the light dusting of blonde hair that trailed a path she wanted to follow with her lips into the waistband of his black jeans. "Demon!" he barked, the warning in his tone lost on her as she fantasized about what sort of weapon he was concealing down there. He could slay her with it any day of the week. "Look away!" he snapped.
I'm trying. Seriously, I am. But fucking God Almighty, you are incredible.
She somehow found enough strength to force her eyes up off the breathtaking display of masculinity and met his. And was that a little color on his cheeks? Was her big burly angel blushing? He averted his eyes, but the action only emphasized his body, because it caused his shoulders to twist slightly and every muscle on his torso popped to attention. Asteria trembled.
"Damn you, put some clothes on."
She couldn't believe she had actually said that. She wasn't normally one to tell a guy to cover up when he was pressing all the right buttons in her. Normally, she made them get even more naked and satisfied whatever urges struck her until they were both boneless and sated. Normally, the object of her lust wasn't a damned angel, and she wasn't on a mission that was life or death.
"I have a witch to question."
She tried to sound forceful and resolute, but her words came out distant and weak as her eyes caught on Ray's mouth-watering body again, and she lost herself in the way his muscles bunched and flexed as he tossed his wrecked T-shirt into a nearby bin and produced another one in his hand. She almost let out a whimper of displeasure as he pulled the new black T-shirt on over his head, covering all that perfection and stealing it from view. He stormed past her, leaving her reeling in the street, struggling to get her head back on straight. He was an angel. She was not going to do this with an angel, letting him get under her skin. She had learned her lessons about leaving her heart unguarded and had vowed that no one would ever get close to her again, and so far she had managed that. Until Ray. Asteria looked over her shoulder at him as he stalked away from her, long legs eating up the distance to the Coven building, and slowly turned to face that direction. Something about him had thrown her off her game. She followed him in a daze as she tried to pull her shit together and extinguish the twisted desire he had ignited within her. She wasn't interested in anything to do with him. She was just using him to get to the half-breed. As soon as the little female was in her grasp, she was done with him, and she would return to hell and never see him again. She strode after him and caught up with him at the Coven door. Several males dressed in drab brown pants that were laced over the crotch and flouncy white shirts that resembled something Mr. Darcy would have worn loitered outside of the ugly brown and white building they called home. She wasn't in the mood, but she turned on the charm anyway, flashing smiles and a little cleavage in their direction.
"I'm looking for a guy named Alex."
She was fairly certain he had probably been born Alex with an E and had changed the E to a Y to sound more mysterious. It was the sort of rubbish witches did to make themselves more impressive and to fit the image many of their patrons had of them. Alex with a Y was bound to sell more seduction and love potions than Alex with an E. A couple of the guys looked disappointed she wasn't there looking for them, but one of them was kind enough to point towards the left side of the first floor. "In the library, probably." She thanked him with another smile and a patented saucy wink, and swept into the building with Ray on her heels. Or at least she had thought he would be on her heels and eager to get down to questioning her lead. She looked back and found him glaring at the three witches, a look in his eyes she found far too pleasing. He looked as if he was mentally dismembering them. Asteria cleared her throat. Ray looked to his left towards her, issued another flesh-peeling glare at the three males, and then followed her up the steps and into the building.
"What was that all about?"
she said in as light a tone as she could manage, while that persistent little voice that had latched onto her desire for him whispered that he had been jealous of the attention she had given the males. Tough titty for him, then, because the means of getting information out of their lead that she had mentioned involved more than a wink and a smile. And it was so wrong that part of her was actually looking forward to it now. Couldn't wait to find Alex and start flirting with him, because it was like an experiment and she was aching to know the results. Would her flirting with Alex make the gruff and glowering angel jealous? She bounded up the wooden staircase on the right of the hallway and along the corridor at the top, heading back on herself towards the front of the building. A grand wooden door on the right at the end of the hall was open, and she poked her head around the corner, peering into it. A young, fairly handsome male sat at a long oak desk, lit by a series of lamps, his head bent and dark eyes fixed on an open book in front of him.
"Alex, I presume?"
she said just as Ray caught up with her and the witch looked up, his dark eyebrows pinching as he settled his eyes on her and then Ray, where he had appeared behind her in the doorway.
"Depends who's asking."
The witch went back to his book and pushed his spectacles up his nose, his frown staying as he read another passage.
Well, obviously I am.
She sashayed into the room, rounded the table, and shoved the stack of books near him aside. He frowned at that and then at her, until she hopped up and sat on the table to his right where the books had been, flashing a lot of stocking as her plaid skirt rode up.
And obviously you're Alex. So let's cut to the chase, handsome.
He looked up at her with a question in his eyes, one they screamed loud and clear. She thought he was handsome? In a geek-chic sort of way, with his glasses and dark hair that had been plowed to death by his fingers while he had been studying whatever was in the no-doubt boring book. She removed all distractions by leaning over, getting her cleavage nice and close to his face, and carefully closing said book. His cheeks darkened, but his eyes did too. He might be awkward, but he definitely wanted her.
So, Alex.
She twirled her hair around her left index finger, choosing the all-black side this time as she used her right hand to prop herself up on the desk, as she leaned closer to him again. His eyes followed her fingers, and she brushed her thumb over the tips of her hair, and then swept those tips across her lips, drawing his gaze there.
Maybe you can help me?
He nodded, never taking his eyes off her mouth. The intensity of Ray's gaze on her increased, and she did her best to ignore him as he moved around the room, coming to flank the witch. When he moved into the edge of her vision, he began pawing at the books on the cases that filled the entire wall behind Alex and in front of her. She didn't need to see Ray to be aware of him. His presence was a constant hot shiver across her skin. Was it the same for him? She must have glanced at Ray because Alex looked towards him. She crossed her legs, flashing a little more thigh, and drawing the witch's focus back to her. His dark eyes lingered on her stockings, and he drew down a deep breath. Asteria released her hair, slowly reached towards him, and cupped his jaw in her left hand. She smiled as she lifted his head, and his eyes drifted up to meet hers.
I'm looking for a friend. I heard she runs with the Cruisen coven. She's petite, but a firecracker. Has brown hair and matching brown eyes. A guy back in the Fort William Fay town said she was heading this way, and you'd be the one to ask, since you're like the boss or something here.
He swallowed again. I'm not the boss, but I'm in charge of welcoming them. She stroked her fingers along the line of his jaw, a little weak for her liking. She preferred strong, square jaws. Her gaze darted to Ray again, to that wicked hard line of his jaw that screamed masculine. Alex noticed and tried to follow her gaze. She stopped him by applying a little pressure to his jaw, keeping his focus on her.
Maybe you know her then?
She smiled and fluttered her eyelashes.
It really would help me out, really.
Asteria leaned closer until their faces were only inches apart, and dropped her voice to a low, sultry whisper.
Really? I would be so grateful if you could tell me when you expect them to arrive.
Alex edged towards her, eyelids dropping to half-mast as his gaze focused on her mouth. They called earlier. Said they were arriving tomorrow as they were traveling through the night. Should be here around noon. But she might be earlier. Asteria looked over his head at Ray. His cold eyes chilled her to the bone. He disappeared. She stared at the spot where he had been as her hand fell away from Alex's jaw and blinked hard, feeling off again. Odd. As if she had done something wrong. She rebounded quickly, leaning back and managing a smile for Alex that she didn't quite feel. She listened to him prattling about all the arrangements he was making, but her thoughts were with an infuriating angel and how he had made her feel by looking at her that way and leaving her the second he had the information he had come here for. Her odd feeling was his fault. It was because he had teased her about the men back at the Fay town in Fort William and her methods of getting information. He had messed with her head, making her feel guilty of all things. She tried to focus on Alex, but it was impossible, and that wouldn't do. The angel was getting dangerously under her skin, and it was high time that she remembered why she was here and that it was her life on the line. She couldn't fail this time. She looked out of the window to her left at the haphazard roofs of the Fay town and denied the urge to use her senses to locate Ray. It was for the best. It was better if she avoided him and got her mind back on her mission, and that was exactly what she was going to do. She was going to get the jump on him tomorrow by cutting the half-breed off before she entered the town. She would complete her mission. The devil would be happy with her and wouldn't kill her. She would return to hell, and she would never see Ray again. Chapter 6. Ray did his best to keep his eyes off Asteria as she bounced up the stairs ahead of him, a spring in her step as she closed in on the male witch they were here to question. She turned at the top and disappeared from view until he hit the landing and looked to his left, finding her almost at the open door near the end of the hall. Her tartan miniskirt swayed with each step she took, her long, slender legs carrying her at a quick pace towards her next victim. The poor witch wasn't going to know what had hit him. Ray still wasn't sure himself. She peeked around the corner and he finally caught up with her, spotted the insipid male occupying the library, and barely stifled his urge to curl his lip at the wretch. Asteria didn't help his mood as she bounded into the room and started flirting with the witch. He did his best to filter her out and focus on the male as she cleared a space and then sat on the table beside the one called Alex. It was difficult when Asteria's voice filled the room, her presence sucking the air from it and pulling his focus back to her. His skin prickled, heat washing over it beneath his t-shirt as he recalled the way her vivid blue eyes had roamed his bare chest, leaving her mark on him. Her words swam in his mind, jumbling together, interlaced with the things she had said to him when they had been alone in the street. She thought him incredible. He shoved that out of his head, but it snuck back in, drifting around it, constantly taunting him. She thought him incredible, and it had troubled her. It troubled him, too. Not because she thought such a thing, but because he felt attracted to her, had experienced a flush of desire on hearing those words leave her red lips. He wasn't sure how to handle the sudden spark of need. She was a demon, evil. He looked at her as he rounded the rectangular oak table, unable to tear his gaze away. Was she evil? She barely seemed that way to him. She could be mischievous and naughty, and he suspected she had some violent tendencies. But on the whole, he couldn't bring himself to label her as evil, not as he had been trained to view all demons. If he forced himself to ignore what he knew she was, a demon, and viewed her actions and her objectively based on the things she had revealed to him in the times they had been together, she didn't come out any more wicked than most fae he had met, and even some angels. Ray huffed and fingered the spine of one of the leather-bound books on the crammed shelves. He wanted to feel repelled by her, repulsed and sickened, and there had been times when he had almost convinced himself that he was. But then she would do something like twirl her hair around her nimble fingers, or say something that didn't fit with the demon mold, and he would find himself attracted to her. It was troubling considering the reason he was here, to apprehend a half-breed. It was doubly troubling considering that he had never felt attracted to anyone before. He had lived for nearly 5 centuries without experiencing any sexual urges, and now he kept feeling them. For a demoness. It was dangerous, whatever this was. The sudden hunger to use his echelon gift on her that had come over him when the 4th commander had teleported into the town was proof of that. He hadn't been able to stop the mark on his wrist from activating, and had barely leashed the urge to lay his hand on her. One touch, that was all it would take. One touch and she would be gravely injured or worse. He wasn't sure why he had tried to make her run from him in that moment. The desire had gone through him so sharply, so strongly, that he hadn't been able to deny it. He had desperately wanted her away from him, out of the firing line. The cross on his wrist burned again, a low throbbing that bothered him. He rubbed it with his left thumb as he perused the books, diligently keeping his eyes off Asteria and picking out only the male witch's responses. It became impossible to ignore her when she moved, touching the male's jaw, and glanced his way. He looked across at her, and something more than his wrist burned as he saw her leaning close to the male, her hands on him, her voice a low seductive whisper. Ray clenched his jaw and his fists, fighting the urge to tear her away from the male. He blamed it on her, using his lead to get information, ruining his investigation and interfering in it. Even when part of him knew that was a lie. The male mentioned a time the half-breed would make an appearance in the town. Ray didn't hang around to see the climax of Asteria's flirting. The moment she looked his way, he teleported out of the building and straight to his room in the Black Tavern next door. He paced the small room, swift strides shaking the worn dark wooden floor, causing several boards to creak beneath his weight, as he tried to work off some energy to stop him from going back to the coven and attacking Asteria. And the witch. Images of them together taunted him, the male replacing him in the visions he'd had, based on the things she had said to him, picturing her wrapped around him, her heels pressing into that male's backside instead. He growled and swore an oath, and turned fast towards the wall. His fist slammed into it, meeting solid stone beneath the blue plaster, and pain blazed along his bones, a fiery bolt of lightning. He breathed hard, his fist lodged in the dented plaster, and fought to rein in his fury. It was her fault. Everything was her fault. She was affecting him even though he had vowed it wouldn't happen again. He was stronger than this. Whatever urges she stirred in him, whatever false desire she had implanted in him, it ended now. He was done with her. He pulled his hand from the wall, grimaced as he opened his fist and his fingers ached, and huffed as he strode to the double bed against the opposite wall and flopped onto his back on the dull blue duvet. He looked off to his right, to the window there, and sighed as his hand throbbed. The pain slowly faded, but the ache in his chest remained. Ray exhaled hard and sank into the bed, emptying his mind and shutting down his unruly emotions, putting everything back into place, just the way he liked it. Tomorrow he would intercept the half-breed and his mission would be done. He would return to heaven, and he would never see Asteria again. He closed his eyes to sleep, but Asteria was waiting for him in his dreams. Chapter 7. Asteria was dreaming, a scorching hot one, just the way she loved them. Only this time it felt more wicked than usual, hotter than hell on a summer's day, because the male slowly kissing his way down her left thigh as he pulled her stocking down had something no male she had been with before had possessed. Huge pearly white wings. They arched from his back, feathered monstrosities that gradually swept down to rest on the dark purple covers of the double mattress. Like a hawk's covered its prey, his covered her, and the way his green eyes glowed with gold fire as he lifted his head and gazed up the length of her body at her left her feeling that he was going to eat her whole. She shuddered as he lowered his head and pressed a soft kiss to her inner thigh, his breath hot on her skin. Even in sleep, she was aware of how wrong this was, this hunger she felt for him, and the thrills that chased through her as she watched him, felt his strong hands on her and his mouth brushing across her flesh. By the devil! She couldn't bite back the moan as he lightly skimmed his hand down her calf, teasing her with the feel of her own stockings as he pushed them lower. Something told her she wasn't in control of this dream, something that jangled warning bells in her head that she couldn't quite get herself to hear. If this had been her dream, she would still have her boots on, ready to press into his buttocks when he took her, spurring her stallion on. She had entered the dream without them, had already been half naked on the bed with Ray looming over her, the delicious honed muscles of his torso on display as he supported himself away from her. Her naughty angel went to work on her other stocking, his fingers black magic as he stroked the light fabric down her right thigh, his lips worshipping every inch of skin he exposed. When she realized he was tracing the swirls and spikes of her tattoo with his mouth and his tongue, she moaned and shuddered, could almost feel the ink on her skin and chart the path he would take. He followed every red arc, tracking back whenever he reached a point in the design to trace it to the next curve, as if he wanted to memorize it. She had caught him studying the design a few times, had seen the intense curiosity in his gaze, and he seemed as fascinated by it in her dream as he was in reality. Why? Were all angels ink-free? Was it taboo for one to have body art? She raised her hands above her head, buried them into the pillow, and held on for dear life, as he moved to his right, to the delicate and sensitive skin of her inner thigh, and traced the point of one arc with his tongue. A moan bubbled up her throat and slipped from her lips, the sound so wanton and drenched with need that it shocked her and seemed to surprise him too, as he lifted his head and looked at her again. Those gold eyes devoured her, sent another white-hot thrill blasting through her, and it was hard to resist the temptation to grab his damned wings and haul him up to her for a kiss. She managed to find the will to remain where she was, her hands twisting the rich violet pillowcases into her fists. Her emerging black claws shredded the worn material, filling the room with the sound of ripping. And by the devil, it was wrong of her to want to hear that same sound from a different source. She wanted to tear his jeans off with her fangs. How would the big brash angel react to that? The heat in his steady gaze penetrated her, warming her down to her bones and leaving her at his mercy, too filled with anticipation about what he would do next to move a single muscle. She lay there, held by his commanding gaze, desperate to know his plans for her. Would he be a tender lover? A rough one? She wasn't sure which she would prefer, was 90% certain that either would be fine with her, as long as he moved and kept touching her, kept sweeping those firm lips over her skin and worshipping her. His eyes darkened and lowered to her corset as he dropped his head again, sweeping his mouth over her thigh as he removed her other stocking. He tossed it aside without taking his eyes off her breasts. She burned right down to her core, belly quivering at the hunger in his eyes. The way they were focused on her even as he kissed her thigh and tongued her overheating flesh. She had never had a male look at her like that, hadn't realized how sensual and erotic it could be to have one stare at her with such need in his eyes, such fierce and beautiful need, as if he couldn't live without this, without her. Those golden irises darkened further, narrowed. What was her naughty angel thinking? She squawked as he grabbed her ankles and dragged her sharply down the bed towards him at the same time as he rose up onto his knees. He ended wedged between her thighs, and her skirt ended around her waist. He looked down. His lips parted. A little noise she found she liked escaped him, somewhere between a moan and a frustrated growl. He released her right ankle, rubbed that hand over his mouth, dragging at his lower lip as he stared at her black panties. Asteria waited, her breath lodged in her throat, unable to move or find her voice as he stared down at her panties, a look of fierce longing on his handsome face. When he remained there for more than a minute, a statue frozen in time, she lost patience and took her hands from under the pillow. Her moving seemed to startle him into action, because he flashed his teeth at her together with a wicked scowl that only cranked her temperature higher. He released her other ankle and reached for her panties, his hands visibly trembling as he neared her hips. Asteria found it adorable. She could almost feel his nerves battling his need, the war right there in his eyes as he edged his hands towards her and swallowed hard. Sure, she knew how he felt. She was a demon. He was an angel. This was definitely not the sort of thing they should have been doing together. But it was only a dream. She was about to take command of it when he planted his hands on her hips, slipped those long fingers into the waist of her black panties, and began edging them down, shattering her ability to think again. Her breath left her in a rush as she watched his face, charting the change in his expression from nervous to downright hungry and determined to feast on what was before him. She lifted her backside off the bed to help him, and his eyes only darkened further, his pupils blowing wide to devour his golden irises. They narrowed a second later, right on the dark curls he had revealed. That hunger in his eyes grew fiercer, unrestrained and breathtaking. She gasped when he unleashed it on her, grabbing her panties in both of his strong hands and ripping them off her. She liked that tearing sound, just as much as she was going to like it when she ripped his jeans off with her fangs. She went to look at them but got caught on his torso, on the way every muscle now stood to attention, tensed and delicious beneath his golden skin. Just how much of his body was tanned? She lowered her eyes, following the arch of muscle over his hip, finally reaching his black jeans. Was he a nude sunbather? She wanted to know. She sat up and went to reach for the waist of his black jeans, but he shoved her in the shoulder, sending her slamming back onto the mattress so hard that she bounced on it. By the devil, he was strong. A thrill chased through her. She'd had demon lovers, and they had been strong, able to master her, but Ray's strength made theirs pale in comparison. She bit her lip and wanted to rub her thighs together as arousal pooled lower at the thought of him using some of that angelic strength on her. But the angel in question was in the way, his hands on her knees, keeping them apart as he drank in the sight of her. Like a man starved. A cry left her as he swooped on her, his tongue spearing her folds. His deep rumbling groan sent a shudder through her, a blazing cascade of tingles that had her moaning in reply. He lowered himself, his wings arching higher, feathers tickling her as he settled them over her, adding to the thrill constantly ebbing and flowing through her. He laved her pert nub, each hard sweep of his tongue over her flesh sending her soaring higher, and she moaned and quaked as she grabbed the pillow again, trying to anchor herself. He moaned against her, the low sound vibrating through her as he stroked her, and she couldn't hold back. She lowered her hand to his head, tangled her fingers in his wild blonde hair and held on, determined to keep him just where he was. He kissed her lower, used his thumbs to part her flesh and devoured her, turning brutal and fierce as he lost control. Each hard press of his tongue was followed by a deep moan, and his wings trembled against her skin, as if pleasuring her was affecting him as fiercely as it was affecting her. She twisted her fingers tighter in his hair and rocked against his wicked tongue, desperation flowing in to crank her even tighter inside as frustration mounted, a need to find release that hijacked control of her. She rubbed against him, moaning and close to growling. He swept his tongue up from her core to her nub, swirled it around the sensitive bead. It wasn't enough. Asteria tore at her corset, shoving it down and allowing her breasts to spring free, and used her other hand to tweak and tease her own nipples as the one tangled in his hair guided him lower. Shoved him, really. He tried to fight back, but then he got the message and speared her core with his tongue, thrust it deep in a way that had her arching off the bed and shuddering. She twisted her right nipple, and that shuddering became a quivering as tingles raced across her skin and down her belly, to where his tongue stroked and teased her. "Ray," she bit out, tossed her head right and then left as tension filled her, and she stood on the precipice, so tantalizingly close. "Touch me." He lifted his head and she growled at him, not quite able to stop herself from issuing that threat as he stopped what he was doing, rather than following her damn instruction. She looked down at him, caught the confusion in his eyes and wanted to hit him. She released his hair, grabbed his right hand and folded his little and ring finger over, brought the other two down to where she needed him, pressed forwards, moaned in bliss as they sank deep into her. Ray let out a very unholy sound and shoved her hand away as he took over, slowly plunging his fingers into her and then withdrawing equally as leisurely, his eyes back on her groin. She clutched the pillow again, trying to surrender to him as he stroked her, his eyes hot on her flesh. Her nub pulsed for his attention, body flexing around his fingers, and he took the hint. He lowered his mouth to it, swirled his tongue around it at the same time as he thrust his fingers into her. Asteria shattered into a million tiny pieces. She cried out, body jacking off the bed as release crashed over her, sweeping her away. Ray stroked and teased her, drawing out her climax and not giving her a moment to drift on the sea of bliss and sink into it. Her arousal climbed again, carrying her back up to a dizzying crescendo, and she gasped as a second orgasm sent her dropping down the other side, plummeting back into the waiting sea of ecstasy. Her mind turned foggy as she struggled to breathe, to piece herself back together. When she had enough of herself in one piece again, she looked down the length of her body at Ray. He hovered above her thatch of curls, a hazy edge to his eyes, as if he had experienced the incredible pleasure he had given to her too, knew the bliss he had sent through her. There was hunger in them too, though, need that called to her. Her naughty angel needed. By the devil, she would satisfy that need for him. She wrapped her legs around his torso and flipped him over onto his back. His wings were quick to disappear, gone in a flash as he landed beneath her, chest wedged between her thighs. Those stunning eyes only grew darker as he lowered them to her groin, and as much as she wanted to fulfill that wicked hunger she could see in them and ride his face, She had bigger plans for him. He tried to grab her when she dismounted, but she easily evaded him, and his attempts lost all enthusiasm when she shimmied down the bed and began unbuttoning his jeans. That nervous edge she had sensed in him before returned, stronger this time. She knew it was messed up to be doing this with someone who was technically an enemy, but it was a dream, and she was rolling with it. And it was time she was the one in control. She popped the buttons on his jeans, slowing as she moved lower, her eyes catching on the outline of his hard cock beneath the black material. Her mouth watered as she undid the last button and slowly parted the fly, and her breath hitched as she revealed his long, rigid length. Her fingers itched and she indulged them, ran them down the thick silken shaft, feeling every vein and the ridge that ran down the length of it. Ray grunted and thrust his hips up, and she pressed her palm to his cock, letting him rub against it as she watched him. His jaw clenched, his mouth pulled taut, his hands fisted the bedclothes on either side of his hips, and his eyes screwed shut as he ground against her palm. Desperate, wild. Her naughty angel needed this. She could feel it flowing through him, his frustration and desire, his urgent need that drove him to the very edge of despair. Asteria circled her hand around his length, and he stuttered, thrusts faltering as she tightly gripped him. Another grunt left him, and his eyebrows furrowed, a pained expression settling on his handsome face. She thumbed the crown as he plunged through the ring of her fingers, teasing the sensitive flesh. He shuddered and bit out a curse. It seemed the angel had a foul mouth. His cursing only grew worse when she lowered her head, her hair brushing across his bare hips, and wrapped her lips around the head of his cock. He snarled a string of wicked words and tried to thrust harder, but she held him so firmly he couldn't move. He could only submit to her. When he stilled against the mattress, his ragged breaths filling the silence, she loosened her hold to allow blood to flow back into his shaft, and suckled the tip. He moaned and writhed, his hands shifting from beside his hips to above his head, to onto her head as she stroked him with her tongue. "Asteria," he breathed, deep voice little more than a strained whisper. She knew what he needed, was all too happy to give it to him. She released his cock and tugged his jeans down under his backside, revealing more golden skin that definitely said he sunbathed nude. He groaned and trembled as she lightly raked her claws over the arch of muscle above his hips, following the lines down to his cock, and enjoying the contrast of her pale skin and black nails against his golden skin. She straddled his legs, stroked her hand down his cock and circled it again, and leaned over to suck him in earnest, taking him deep into her mouth before withdrawing to swirl and flick her tongue over the blunt head. He shuddered again, big body trembling beneath her, and gave shallow thrusts accompanied by quiet grunts that spoke of pleasure. A dull ache started between her thighs, and she wriggled them as she sucked him, loosened her hold enough that he could make gentle thrusts into her mouth. His fingers tangled in her black hair, bunched it up into his fist, and then he tightened his grip further, seizing control again. Naughty angel. She chastised him by nipping the head of his cock with her blunt teeth, and he barked out a moan, plunged deep between her lips, his hips off the bed as he shook beneath her. She kissed it better, lapping at his sensitive flesh before tonguing his slit, drawing another deep moan from his lips. The salty tang of his seed filled her senses, and she moaned as she sought more, teased him mercilessly with her tongue until he gave up another drop. Ray's hand in her hair tightened further, tugging at it, but she didn't feel the pain as she drew his cock back into her mouth and her hand joined it, gripping his shaft and moving in time as she brought him to the edge. He grunted and moaned, rocked into her mouth as much as he could with her holding him, and she felt his frustration mounting just as hers had, his need spiraling beyond his control. "Asteria," he groaned, and his face screwed up in pain, his free hand latching onto the top of the wooden headboard. His entire body tensed as he gripped it, rocked into her mouth and held her hair, guiding her on his cock. "More." She sucked him hard on the way back up, wrapped a hand around his balls and gave them a tug as she reached the tip. His hips shot up off the bed, cock thrusting deep into her mouth, and his deep primal male roar echoed around the room as he spilled inside her. shooting thick jets of seed that she swallowed as she suckled him, taking everything he gave. His length throbbed wildly, his breathing ragged in her ears as he shook beneath her. As he slowly sank down against the mattress, his hand going lax in her hair, she followed him, kept licking and teasing him, drawing out his climax because she had the oddest sensation, a notion that she couldn't shake. It had been his first. That disturbed her, not because Ray was a virgin, but because that sensation, coupled with the one she'd had about being able to tell that he needed her, and being compelled to satisfy him, and the fact she hadn't felt in control in her own damn dream, had made something click. She lifted her head and looked up at the devastatingly gorgeous man who was smiling down at her, a lazy edge to it as his gaze turned hooded, and he relaxed, sated at last, and that sensation she had tried to deny grew stronger, terrifying her. Fuck no. He couldn't be. Asteria shot up in bed, trembling and aching, still flushed from the pleasure she had experienced in her dream. Their dream, if what had transpired was anything to go by. She hadn't felt in control because Ray had been in control. It had been his dream she had fallen into on succumbing to sleep. He had been dreaming of her, something that often happened when a demon found their mate. It was her potential bond to him that had triggered his dream of her, and when she had fallen asleep at the same time as him, she had made it real. Too real. She leaped out of bed and ran straight to the tiny bathroom of her room in the tavern, skin tingling and body somehow aware that the object of its desire was only a few floors away from her. Still dreaming? She wasn't going to hang around to find out. She showered quickly, dressed even faster in her corset, tartan skirt, stockings, and boots, and practically bolted out of the door. She thundered down the stairs in the tavern, squeezed through the crowd in the public bar area, and hit the cobbled road at a dead sprint. She banked right, following the busy street straight through the witches' district to the stairs carved into the cavern wall that would lead her to the surface. She would intercept the half-breed at the gates and get this mission over with and her arse back to hell. It was the only way she was going to get her head on straight again and forget about the irritating angel. She took the steps up the side of the cavern 2 at a time and didn't look back as she entered the tunnel that slowly wound its way up to the surface. She hurried along it, the dampness and dank smell of it making her want to retch. Or maybe it was just the knowledge of what an angel was to her, making her feel queasy and unsettled. By the devil, what was she going to do? She shook that stupid thought aside. She had a plan and she would stick with it, and she would avoid Ray at all costs. She hit the door to the surface, shoved it open, and sprinted through the trees. To her right, an elegant sandstone country house stood surrounded by immaculate gardens, home to a band of light fae who ran the town concealed below it. Ahead of her, the gravel drive of the house led to a wrought iron gate. Asteria skidded to a halt on the neatly trimmed grass, her eyes growing enormous. The gate wasn't the only thing ahead of her. Her heart hammered against her ribs. No, no, no. Ray turned to look at her. The way his eyes landed on her, burning with gold fire, sent an unwanted shiver through her, and she couldn't stop herself from wondering whether it was something darker and deeper than his usual irritation over her being near him that had triggered that look in his eyes, because it looked a whole fucking lot like arousal to her. He raked his eyes over her, lingering on her breasts and then her hips, and his eyes darkened further, confirming her suspicions and sending her reeling. By the devil, the goody two-shoes angel really wanted her. That persistent little voice started up again, whispering something she didn't need a reminder about, because she could feel it as she looked at him, as he stared at her. It drummed in her blood, burned in her heart, something she could no longer deny even when she desperately wanted to. Ray was her fated mate. Chapter 8. Ray couldn't shake the dream he'd had of Asteria. It had woken him early, and he had hit upon the idea of cutting off the half-breed at the entrance of the estate. The last thing he had expected was Asteria showing up, but the sight of her made his blood burn. He blamed the dream and then her. It was all her fault. He needed to complete his mission and get away from her, because he felt as if he was unraveling fast, and he couldn't hold himself together much longer. He needed to return to Echelon HQ and get his head on straight, and his heart back in line. Or maybe he just needed to deal with the Demoness as he should have, obeying his instincts as an Echelon and eradicating her. His right hand twitched, an urge to call his blade rushing through him. It would be so easy to cut her down where she stood staring at him. Just a single blow to her neck. That was all it would take. God, he didn't even need his blade. Light glowed from his right wrist, bright in the corner of his vision, and Asteria looked there and backed away a step. All he would have to do was grab her while his mark was active, and she would burn for her sins, becoming ashes in mere seconds. She turned fearful blue eyes on him, and pain stabbed his chest. Unfamiliar, but so strong it robbed him of his breath. The light shining from the mark on his inside wrist faltered, the desire to use his gift against her shattering as he stared at her and realized something. He couldn't do it. He couldn't hurt her. She had taunted, teased, and provoked him no end since he had met her, and while the desire to deal with her had risen at times, he had never once surrendered to it. He had never really, truly desired to harm her. His instincts as an Echelon said to cut her down, but his instincts as a male said to pull her close and keep her safe. He shoved his fingers through his tangled blonde hair and clawed it back, gritted his teeth and snarled a curse as she tore him in two, pulling him between polar desires. Her expression softened, blue eyes holding a note of understanding, and in that moment he realized that she felt the same way as he did. She waged war against her instincts as a demon, the ones that no doubt pressed her to fight him because of what he was, when the rest of her desired him. He looked down at his wrist, at the cross on it that glowed faintly in the morning light, cold stealing through his veins. He didn't want to hurt her. His Echelon side did, the gift that had been given to him at birth, one he had never asked for. It had ruled him in the Fey town, driving him to harm her, and he had fought it and tried to make her run because he didn't want to hurt her. He never wanted to hurt her. She taunted, teased, and provoked him, and he liked it. He enjoyed the way she ruffled his feathers, the way she was always full of energy, tackled life with glee and reckless abandon rather than careful planning and consideration. He liked that she was the opposite to him, wild, untamed, free. How long had he felt fettered by his duty? It had been everything to him for so long, and he had thought it was the most important thing in his life, that it satisfied him and he led a full existence, one with purpose and meaning because of it. Until he had met her. He stared at her, struggling to force that to sink in, and she stared right back at him, emotions drifting across her face, right there for him to see. Did he look the same? Did disbelief, fear, and desire show in his eyes as they did in hers? He wasn't sure how to react to them or the revelation that had come over him. He wasn't sure of anything anymore. He wasn't even sure of his own damned name as he stared at her, lost in her endless blue eyes, watching the myriad of emotions playing out in them. His name? He frowned. His name was Ray, a name she had given him. A name that had affected him, now felt as if it had been the magic word that had set him free of a captivity he had never been aware of in all his years serving heaven. Many angels had turned their backs on their duties. Many more had chosen to fall from grace entirely, but never one of the Echelon. That wasn't about to change now. No matter what she made him feel, how she had turned his world on its axis and thrown him off course, he couldn't turn his back on his duty. It burned in his heart, a bright and blinding light that guided him in the darkness of the world, gave him the strength to stride forwards and mete out justice to those who deserved to feel the edge of his blade or the fiery force of his gift. His duty would always win over desire. Desire was fleeting. Duty was forever. He had been born to it, molded and shaped by it, and he couldn't change now. He wouldn't. The hope that had been building in Asteria's eyes shattered as he clenched his fists, and the mark on his wrist glowed brighter, sending warmth and comfort rushing through him, a reminder of what he was, and what she was. A demon. Deceiving, wicked, unfaithful, No matter how different she felt to him, she was still one of that dangerous breed. A breed that made sport of corrupting angels. His echelon instincts locked onto that, reinforced it until it was all he could think about as he stared at her, until it obliterated any trace of desire in his veins and any soft thoughts from his heart and his head. She was trying to make him fall. It was an act, a farce, a cruel and vicious plot to bring him to his knees and lure him into falling. He flashed his teeth at her and shook his head, opened his mouth to tell her that he knew of her wicked plan and it wouldn't work. The wrought iron gates behind him squeaked. He looked over his shoulder and his eyes widened as he saw the petite female there, her dark brown hair tied back into a tight ponytail, and her chocolate eyes on the house beyond Asteria. They slowly slid towards him, growing enormous as they did so. The half-breed. He felt Asteria move on his senses, lunging toward the female. An awareness rippled through him, one of his gifts triggering and screaming that the half-breed intended to attack. Time slowed as she reached into a brown leather satchel against her right hip and whipped her hand out again, throwing it forwards. A glass orb flew at Asteria. Ray threw himself between the missile and Asteria, knocking her aside. The potion exploded against his chest, soaked his black t-shirt in sweet-smelling liquid, and he staggered back, senses and mind reeling as he tried to comprehend all the possibilities. Angels were not immune to magic. He yanked his t-shirt off over his head and used it to quickly dry his torso off, but his hands were shaking, slowing his progress, and his mind was already turning foggy. What spell had been in the canister? He tried to recount the ones he knew, but a buzzing started in his mind, drowning out his thoughts. It slowly spread down his body, warming him in its wake, leaving him standing on the grass as the half-breed fled. He looked down at his bare chest, unsure what he had expected to see, but surprised when his skin looked normal, not raw or burning as it felt. He rubbed at it, but the persistent itch refused to go away. It sank deeper, making him twitch, filling him with a need he couldn't quite put his finger on. Until Asteria stepped into view, her mouth moving but no sound coming from it. He swooped on that mouth, grabbing her around the nape of her neck and dragging her up against him as he claimed her lips. She struggled, but he kissed her harder, drove his tongue between her lips and forced her to open to him and take his kiss. She melted then, a moan reaching him through the buzzing in his mind. He tasted potion in the kiss, sweet and intoxicating, warming his lips and tongue as he deepened the kiss and sought more from Asteria, enough to sate the urgent need running rampant through his blood. A low feral snarl escaped him when she pushed him back, breaking her mouth away from his, and her wide blue eyes spoke of surprise. Damn, that wicked growl had shocked him too, but he didn't care. He was a beast, an animal. Everything in him said to claim this female in the most primal way possible. She would belong to him. He grabbed her arm, dragging her into the woods and ignoring her protests. Her words meant nothing. He was fine, in control. He knew what he needed, what she needed. It was time they stopped dancing around their desire and gave in to it. He pulled her around in front of him and grabbed her hips, dropped his head and kissed her again. She was eager this time, not resisting him as he backed her towards the thick trunk of an oak deep in the forest. Silence reigned around them, his senses saying they were alone. No one would see. He didn't give a damn if they did. All that mattered was Asteria and this hunger raging like a wildfire inside him. He groaned and slid his hands around her back, teased the small strip of it that was exposed between the bottom of her black corset and the waist of her tartan skirt. She moaned into his mouth as he stroked the line of her spine, marveling at how soft her skin was beneath his touch. The feel of her only cranked him higher until he was burning for her, on fire with a need only she could quench. When her hands landed on his back, he shuddered and groaned, trembled right down to his bones. Was this what he had been missing all his life? The way she skimmed her palms over his sides and up to his shoulders was bliss, so sensual that he forgot to keep kissing her and stood over her with his mouth against hers, his panted breaths breaking the silence. She stroked the lines where his wings hid and he tensed, barked out a grunt as tingles cascaded down his back and over his shoulders, and he reevaluated his previous thought. This was bliss. She teased the scars, her touch so light it drove him wild, propelling him towards the very edge of control, until he danced along the razor-thin line between sanity and madness.
"Ray,"
she murmured against his lips, and he swooped on them again, kissing her so hard he felt sure he was going to hurt her and she would shove him away. He pulled her closer, kissed her deeper, felt he would go mad if she tried to get away from him. He needed her. He had never needed anyone, but he needed her. She was vital, like air in his lungs or life in his breast. Instead of pushing him away, she embraced him, in more ways than one. She lifted her legs and wrapped them around his waist, and the feel of her heels against his backside and her stockings against his bare hips shoved him firmly over the edge. The images she had put into his head returned, and this time he wanted to fulfill that wicked fantasy with her. He wanted to feel the spikes of her heels digging into his bare backside as he took her. He lowered his hands to her bottom and groaned as he found the peachy globes were already bare. His cock throbbed hard against his jeans, and he grunted, struggled to crush the need to thrust against her. He wanted to be inside her. She broke away from his mouth and only drove him wilder as she kissed along his jaw, whispered naughty things against it about how incredible his body was and how she needed to feel him deep inside her. He thought she was merely teasing him, pushing him closer to the edge, but when he adjusted his grip on her, he felt the evidence of her hunger. Warm liquid coated the tips of his fingers, and he shuddered and moaned as he moved his left hand closer, brushing her plush lips. Asteria shook and whimpered in his arms, lightly bit his shoulder. Her fingertips dug into his back, and her legs tightened around him, pulling him closer.
"Ray,"
she whispered, voice hoarse and thick with need, desire that he could feel in her. She wanted him inside her, but he refused to be rushed now, wanted to know the feel of her in reality. He dipped his fingers between her folds, and she arched against him, the back of her head striking the rough bark of the tree. He watched her face as he stroked the fingers of his left hand up to find the bundle of nerves he had teased and suckled in his dream. Her expression shifted between a frown and a sigh, alternating back and forth as he swirled his fingers around the tiny bud and then squeezed it. Her teeth sank into her lower lip, tugged at it as she exhaled hard and writhed in his arms.
"Ray,"
she pleaded, but he denied her, too fascinated by the slippery hot feel of her and the way she reacted to his touch, the pleasure that he felt flowing through her, to surrender to his need to be inside her. But that need was steadily growing again, making his cock painfully hard against his fly. She tossed her head to her left, and her horn clacked against the tree, drawing his focus to them. He couldn't resist the need that ran through him, gave in to the compulsion and lowered his head, ran his tongue along the smooth length of her right horn. She barked out a moan, and her nub quivered beneath his fingers, her hands going lax against his shoulders. The smell of her arousal grew stronger, and he lowered his hand to her core, groaned as he found it was wetter now, trembling. She sank against the tree and didn't fight him as he pulled back. He fumbled with his fly with one hand, cursing the buttons as they made it difficult to open it without taking his other hand off her backside. Her eyes fluttered open, bright glowing blue in the shadows of the forest, and she removed her hands from his shoulders, raised them above her head, and sank her claws into the thick bark of the tree, holding herself up. He took his other hand from her hip and made fast work of his jeans, her panted breaths driving him on, together with the feel of her eyes burning into him, and the sudden spike in the desire he could feel in her. She impatiently wriggled. The moment his cock sprang free, she raised her legs, and he shuddered as her heels scraped down his back and buttocks, as she used them to shove his jeans down to his thighs. She looked so wanton and beautiful against the tree, gripping it fiercely, her eyes on his, calling to him. He groaned and took hold of his cock, refused to think about what he was doing. The tiny shred of sanity that was returning was still quiet enough that the buzzing in his mind, the fire in his veins, overruled it. When the head of his length found her silken folds, that shred of sanity disintegrated again. His breath hitched, lungs tight, and he couldn't get air into them as he guided himself downwards, her slick juices coating the sensitive head of his cock. Asteria arched as he nudged inside her. His breath left him in a dizzying rush at the feel of her. She still trembled from the climax he had given her by licking her horn, quivering around him, driving him dangerously close to the edge of release. The heat of her engulfed him, and he couldn't hold himself back, couldn't do this in a way that part of him wanted, gentle, tender. He snarled as he drove his cock deep into her, striking a point where he could go no further. Asteria lurched in his arms, her keening cry speaking of pleasure, not pain. Her hands came down hard on his shoulders, claws sinking in, and her mouth seized his. He fought her for dominance, driving her back into submission as her body gloved him, scalded him with her heat. He grunted and withdrew slowly, and then plunged deep back inside her, making her feel every inch of him. She shuddered again, gripped him tighter, whispered a plea against his lips that he didn't hear as he began thrusting into her. She clawed at him, the scent of blood filling the air around them, and he hissed and grabbed her backside, pinned her against the tree and drove into her, lost to the feel of her and the heat blasting through him. Damn, he loved how wild she was in his arms, claws scratching at his shoulders, leaving fiery streaks in their wake, and mouth battling his. The ferocity of her passion, how untamed she was, only made him burn hotter for her, his need for her becoming something far beyond his control, something that mastered him. Her heels pressed into his backside, her moans of supplication filling his ears, pulling him deeper under her spell. He gave her what she wanted, thrust deep and hard, fulfilling that image she had painted of them together. His length grew thicker, harder still, and sensation overloaded him until he lost control completely. He bit her lower lip, sucked viciously on it as he drove into her tight sheath, his breath coming fast, matching hers as she panted and trembled, urged him to take her harder. Damn, he wasn't sure he would last another second if he did. He broke away from her mouth, ruled by his darker instincts, animalistic ones he had never realized he possessed. He slid his arms under her knees and pulled them up higher as he grasped her backside, curled his hips and slid deeper into her, groaning in time with her as his pelvis struck hers.
"Ray, please,"
she moaned against his throat and kissed and licked it, her horns brushing his skin, cool against him when she was on fire. He grunted and bit down on her bare shoulder with his blunt teeth, held her as he took her. Her juices coated him as he thrust hard and deep, long strokes that had his knees trembling as his arousal mounted. His balls drew up, painfully tight, and he sank his teeth deeper into her. He was vaguely aware of the taste of blood on his tongue, but the feel of her clenching his cock, flexing around him, shattered that awareness.
"Ray,"
she whispered into his ear, nibbled and sucked the lobe, and dug her heels into his backside, shoving him into her. He plunged deep and fierce. She cried out, and his right ear rang from her loud shriek of pleasure. Her body came alive around him, hot release scalding his cock as she quivered and shook, her claws pressing into his flesh and breath warm on his neck. He growled low in his throat and then grunted against her shoulder, his teeth still lodged in it, as the entire world around him exploded into a million glittering stars, and his cock pulsed, each jet of seed stealing his breath from him. His knees weakened as white-hot bliss rolled through him, robbing him of his senses, and he had to grip the tree to stop himself from collapsing. She pressed light kisses along his shoulder, and he released hers, hazy and lost as he struggled to cope with the rush of new sensations. Pleasure, bliss, an undeniable warmth that started in the center of his chest. It slowly spread through him, but it wasn't strong enough to stop the cold that followed it, the icy chill of realization. He withdrew from Asteria, set her down, and backed away from her as what he had done crashed over him. She busied herself with rearranging her clothing, pulling her stockings back up her thighs and smoothing her skirt and hair, a smile on her face and glow to her cheeks. Ray tucked himself away, buttoned his trousers, and looked for his T-shirt. It lay discarded on the lawn, and he remembered it had been covered in the potion the half-breed had launched at them. Potion. He backed away another step, head spinning as that hit him. The half-breed had struck him with a spell, one that had messed with his head and had ignited his lust. A lust potion. Asteria lifted her head, her eyes settling on him. Her smile faltered and the color on her cheeks faded as they paled.
Ray?
The lust potion was the only reason he had done it with her. He did not desire her. He could not. Chapter 9. Asteria had been mistaken. Ray wasn't holy at all. He was a demon in the guise of an angel, a wicked male who sent the temperature of her blood soaring. A brief flicker of disappointment went through her when he pulled away from her just as she was about to get him fired up all over again and challenge him into seeing just how great angel stamina could be. She busied herself with fixing her appearance, buzzing so fiercely from the 2 climaxes he had given her that she didn't notice the way he was looking at her until she lifted her head to issue the challenge anyway. It died on her lips when she found stormy gold eyes glaring at her, fixing her with a look that warned she was about to get trampled on for the millionth time in her life.
Ray?
He cut her down with a scowl. This was a mistake, and it will not happen again. She pushed away from the tree. He wanted her. It was right there in his eyes. He was denying himself. What they had done had shaken him. Well, he wasn't alone in feeling that way, but he didn't see her losing her shit and distancing herself.
Come on, Ray,
she coaxed in a low whisper, managing a little smile for him.
You know you liked it. You know you want it again.
She raked her eyes over him, moaned at just the sight of him despite the fact he had covered up. She took a step towards him. Huge mistake. Light burst from the mark on his wrist and a sword appeared in his hand. Crimson flames licked along the white blade, almost black near the guard. Do not come near me, demon, he spat, and despite her best attempts to let it bounce off her, those words cut deeper than his blade ever could. While she was still reeling from the first blow, he followed up with another. I never want to see you again. This was a spell, nothing more. If I ever see you again, I will be the last thing you see. He disappeared, leaving her alone in the woods, still quivering from being with him. Fucking bastard. Damn him to hell and let the devil make him his plaything. He would be back. He had somehow found the strength to leave, blaming their explosive moment on a damned spell, but he wouldn't be able to find the strength to stay away. She knew it because she felt the same pull towards him, the same undeniable hunger that drew her to him. When he came back to her, she would give him hell and show him that no one in hell, earth, or heaven treated her like that and got away with it. She folded her arms across her chest, held on to her anger and nursed it, tried to stoke it hotter. The hurt was quick to come, though, and as much as she tried to ignore it and keep her mind on hating him, she couldn't stop it from spreading cold tendrils through her as she realized something. She was allowing herself to get tangled up in someone, had forgotten to keep her distance, and this time it was infinitely worse. There was only heartache ahead, because she was falling for an angel. Asteria stared down at her boots, heart sore and aching at the thought she might never see him again. By the devil, she was messed up if she was pining after an angel. He was her fated one, though. The only male in the 3 realms that she could form an eternal bond with through mating. Her eyes widened and she raised her right hand, touched her shoulder and felt the imprint of his teeth there. He had bitten her. Her heart thundered, making her feel sick as she shook her head. It couldn't mean anything. Demons mated through exchanging blood. But he had no fangs, and he was no demon. She twisted her head and tried to get a clear view of the marks. They were dark pink, but it didn't look as if he had broken the skin. Asteria let out a long sigh of relief as her fear melted away. She looked towards the gate in the distance and considered leaving. But where would she go? She couldn't return to hell without the half-breed, and she probably wouldn't survive more than a few months at most in the mortal realm without an angel cutting her down, or the devil sending men after her. She heaved another sigh, picked up the scattered pieces of her heart, and pulled her shit back together. She was here on a mission, and nothing was going to stand in the way of her completing it. She was a demon of the devil's service, a powerful and formidable female, and no one was going to scare her away from her mark, not even an angel. She clenched her fists at her sides, mustered her strength, and set her jaw. Her fangs grew longer, cutting into her gums, and she snarled through them as her horns flared forwards. She flicked her long black hair over her shoulders, stood a little straighter, and kicked all soft and stupid feelings out of her chest. She was a demoness, a powerful and formidable female. Angels be damned. The fifth commander of the echelon could go fuck himself. If she ever saw him again, he would be the one to end up dead. Asteria stormed through the woods, heading back to the gate to the Fey town. Her mark was down there, hiding among the thousands who inhabited it, and she was going to damn well find her. She had dallied enough. The mission ended now. She strode down the dank corridor that wound into the heart of the earth, and didn't slow as she reached the small plateau above the town at the end of the tunnel. She banked left, walked down the steps in such a determined fashion that everyone coming up them got out of her path, the way it should be. She glared at them all, and then she did the one thing guaranteed to make her feel fabulous. She broke with convention and unleashed her wings. The black dragon-like wings sprouted from her back, arched high to end in clawed tips above her head, and she kicked off the staircase, throwing herself over the edge almost 30 feet above the ground. She spread her wings and beat them, flew over the flat roofs of the square whitewashed buildings in the Witches' District, and then the haphazard Tudor-style ones of the Demons' District, her eyes constantly scanning the busy cobbled streets below. Many of the people on them stopped to stare up at her, stunned expressions on their faces. Asteria gave them something to gawp at. She focused on her body and called her armor, swapping her mortal clothing for crimson-edged black heavy plates that molded over her legs and snaked up her waist, falling in a V from it to just below her navel, and the chest piece that barely covered her breasts. She even called her gauntlets, the black plates appearing over her forearms with a smaller plate that protected the back of her hand, and metal claws that covered her fingers. She felt her eyes change, her vision growing more vivid and sharper, as her pupils stretched into thin vertical golden lines in the center of her black irises. As she unleashed her power, her senses sharpened too, allowing her to detect all the different signatures of the creatures below her. She sifted through them, hunting for angelic blood. The damned half-breed carried it in her veins, mingled with demon blood. Asteria's instincts as a demon had warned her of Ray back in Fort William, screaming that he was an angel. That same protective instinct should be able to help her locate the half-breed, too. Her wings grew tired as she flew around the town, her mood souring as she found no sign of the female or Ray. Had he found the female already and taken her away? Her mood took a nosedive at that thought, and her body followed it as her wings gave out, weak from underusing them. She landed near the Black Tavern, and a few demon males called to her, all from the mutinous ranks. It wouldn't normally stop her from flirting with them, but she couldn't even muster the will to do that as fear and despair sank their claws into her. She pushed past them and entered the tavern, making a beeline for the bar and ignoring the way the males in the room all turned hungry eyes on her. The waitress slammed a huge tankard down in front of her.
"You look like you need this."
Asteria wasn't going to deny that. She picked the mug of mead up, saluted the fey female, and began knocking it back. When it was empty, a male ordered another for her, and then another. She lost track of who had purchased her a drink as she drowned her sorrows in them, pondering whether she could die from too much mead. Probably not. Her demon constitution meant she had to drink a lot to get tipsy, let alone drunk. Death by alcohol probably required drunk, beyond drunk. She was about to order herself a drink, one it looked as if she would be paying for herself, because the males in the tavern had lost interest when she had started babbling about angels being bastards, when someone sat on the stool next to her. Asteria smelled angel. She looked across, ready to spit a few ripe curses in Ray's direction. Blinked. Struggled to focus on the petite brunette beside her. The half-breed sighed, took her almost empty tankard away from her, and pushed it to the waitress who took it away.
"I'm sorry,"
she said, genuine regret in her dark brown eyes.
"I hope you didn't get hurt, but I had to protect myself."
The way the female looked her over left Asteria feeling she should have been physically injured because of the potion bomb, not emotionally wounded. The pretty little thing sighed again, smoothed her ponytail, and played with the tips of her hair, flicking them back and forth above her shoulder. Such a beautiful female shouldn't have to wear such a drab black dress. Witches had no taste when it came to a uniform. The half-breed was going to look wonderful in her armor when Asteria handed her over to the devil and she became a demon. That hit Asteria so hard it knocked her through drunk into sober. The half-breed was right next to her, which meant Ray didn't have her, which meant Asteria could complete her mission and her life wasn't about to get very painful very fast, or more painful than it already was. She was about to lunge for the female and teleport her to hell, when the female spoke, freezing her like a statue.
What if I told you I know I'm not a witch? What if I told you I know that I'm a half-breed between angel and demon, and I've known it all my life?
A chill skated through Asteria. She stared open-mouthed at the female. Reeling didn't cover how she ended up when the half-breed leaned closer, her eyes glittering with gold flakes, and slammed a verbal right hook into Asteria's mind.
What if I told you that you and the angel were once like me?
Chapter 10. Ray paced his quarters in Echelon headquarters, working off some energy and hopefully some of the tension that had him wound tight with it. He rubbed his thumb across his jaw as he tried to clear his mind. Whenever he felt he was close, Asteria bounded back into it, and he had a flashback of what he had done with her. He wanted to be angry with himself, with her, and with the half-breed for launching that lust potion at him. But he couldn't muster that emotion whenever he thought about the passionate moment he had shared with Asteria. The intensity of it, the raw and wild passion of it, only made him want to do it again. He checked his white wings, preening the feathers carefully, scouring first his left and then his right for a sign of his sin. He had scrutinized them countless times after teleporting straight to his white apartment on the second floor of the equally white bastion in the center of heaven, close to the council chambers. Every time he had looked them over, he hadn't found what he had been looking for. Sure, it would emerge at some point and mark him for all to see. A black feather. Angels who had committed sins gained them, and what greater sin was there than sleeping with the enemy? With a demon. Maybe it was the potion. He hadn't been in control. He had been lost to lust, to a need that had consumed him. Perhaps heaven didn't blame him for his actions, and that was the reason he hadn't gained his first black feather. The niggling quiet voice that had been whispering at the back of his mind since he had left Asteria kept on with its constant chanting, telling him that it hadn't been a lust spell that had made him do that with her. He had wanted her. The dream he'd had of her was evidence of that. A dream that had fired him up and only left him wanting more, wanting a taste of her in reality rather than in a fantasy. He had wanted that so badly that he had been close to succumbing to his lust for her before the half-breed had doused him with a potion. Doused him because he had leaped in to protect Asteria. He resisted the temptation to turn his gaze towards her and use his angelic gift of sight to peer through the trees and rock to the bustling Fey town beneath. The thought that she might have found the half-breed by now pressed him to return, but he wasn't ready yet. He had thought he only needed a moment away from her to pull himself back together and get his heart back in line, but he had been pacing for hours struggling with his feelings. Feelings he knew he shouldn't have, but ones that existed in him regardless. Just the thought of Asteria, the image of her bouncing along a cobbled street ahead of him, glancing over her shoulders and pinning him with bright, dazzling blue eyes and a sultry smile, had him aching to return to her. He dragged a hand down his face, groaned. What was wrong with him? Was it the lingering effects of the potion? He had showered on returning, had scrubbed himself raw, but he still felt wicked urges. He looked down at his bare torso, and the white loose pants slung low on his hips, and muttered a curse at the way his cock tented the material. He palmed the damn thing, trying to convince it to go away, but it only made a shiver bolt through him, a hot lance of electricity that had him moaning. He snatched his hand away and huffed, trying to be disgusted with himself, but failing dismally. His green gaze fell to the white floor of his apartment, drawn to it, and before he knew what he was doing, he was seeing through the layers of the building, driving downwards through the sky to the country estate. His vision plunged through that building too, through layers of rock until it hit the cavern. From there he sought the black building that towered at the curved end of the Fey town, and frowned. His heart did a strange backflip in his chest. Asteria stood outside the tavern in full demon armor, her black leathery wings tucked against her back, hollering words he couldn't hear up at the building. She made several rude gestures and even picked up a rock and threw it at a window on one of the upper floors. His frown hardened. His window. He had told her to leave him alone, but she was outside the tavern causing a ruckus and trying to get his attention. Everything good in him said to ignore her and continue with his plan to rein in his unruly emotions and desires, and then carry out his mission by finding the half-breed. That irritating, quiet voice demanded he return and find out why Asteria wanted to get his attention. He shut it out. She was probably angry with him because he had rejected her and had come to fight him, and he wasn't in the mood to fight with her. He frowned at that. He was an echelon, had been born to eradicate her kind, yet the thought of battling her left him cold inside. One of the demon mercenaries outside the tavern took offense when she launched another missile at the window, shattering the pane this time, and glass rained down on him. The big male sauntered towards her, and Ray saw red when they clashed, and the demon managed to catch hold of Asteria by her throat and throw her aside, sending her crashing into two more demons. He teleported in a heartbeat, before he could reconsider or even think about what he was about to do. Arcs of white-blue light crackled and snapped around him as he passed through the bridge he had created, striking like lightning. He normally avoided such a dramatic entrance, but his emotions were beyond his control, his anger at the helm, and he couldn't stop the electrical charge from building. He landed in the cobbled street in a devastating lightning strike that shook the town and caused a cacophony of screams to rise above the thunderous boom. Ray rose onto his feet as the dust settled around him, spread his white wings wide as arcs of power leaped and danced along them, and turned his golden gaze on the demon who had assaulted Asteria, a demon who had frozen with his back to him. The mark on Ray's inside right wrist burned hot against his flesh, and he launched his hand at the male's neck, clamped down on the nape of it and dug his fingers in as fury blazed through him, a dark need to destroy the male. The male howled in agony as his skin charred beneath Ray's hand, and then the blackness raced outwards, sweeping down his shoulders and over his shaven head. Fiery cracks formed on the blackened skin, glowing brighter as Ray's gift consumed more of him. The male's cry cut short as it reached his face, and he slumped, falling from Ray's grip to land on the floor in a smoldering heap. The darkness continued to devour him, the bright orange fractures spreading over his body. Ray stood over him and watched as he slowly crumbled into ashes, and then turned his golden gaze on the other two demons who stood beyond Asteria. They wisely turned tail and ran. Asteria just stared at him, her vivid blue eyes enormous and unblinking. He huffed and lowered his hand, rubbed his left thumb across the mark as it settled, and tried to ignore the curious eyes of those who had gathered around him.
"Fucking hell,"
Asteria muttered, and dropped her gaze to the smoldering pile of ashes between them. She looked between him and the pile, back and forth so many times it was dizzying, her mouth flapping open and closed, as if she wasn't sure what else to say. Eventually she gathered her wits, cocked her armored hip to one side, and flicked her long black hair over her shoulder. Shooting for casual? Her blue eyes gave her away, together with the nerves he could feel in her. Fear that had her voice shaking the smallest amount as she finally found it.
"That was some entrance. You think you could make it louder and crazier next time? I think there were a few people in the town who weren't scared shitless."
He glared at her and breathed slowly, clawing back control and fighting the urge to go after the other two demons. Odd that he wanted to hunt them down and destroy them, but not the demoness staring at him with a fascinated and impressed look on her beautiful face. She flashed a smile and nodded towards the pile of ash.
"You do that for me?"
He wasn't going to answer that. He preened his wings, hid his surprise that his feathers were still all white, and then furled them against his back, as casually as he could manage while Asteria was slowly looking him over, her gaze scalding him and making him burn for her. Just the lingering effects of the spell. Perhaps he should have dressed before returning to the Fey town, though. Standing before her in nothing but a loose pair of white trousers was giving her an excuse to gawp at him, and it brought back what she had said the first time she had seen his body. Incredible. His cock got the wrong idea and began to harden again. He gritted his teeth and called his armor before she could notice the effect she was having on him. No, not her. The spell. The spell was having an effect on him, not Asteria. Not the way her gaze set him on fire, as it trailed over his bare torso, slowly rising upwards to settle on his face, or the way her pupils had dilated to devour the blue and darken her eyes with desire. White metal plates edged with gold covered his legs, hips, and then his torso, shaped like muscles over it, and then his arms, completing his armor. Asteria looked disappointed but quickly bounced back. She flashed him another smile that hit him square in the chest. "What part of leave me alone did you not understand?" he said, and her face fell again, and stayed grim this time, edged with hurt that he did his best to ignore, because he knew if he acknowledged it, he would want to apologize to her. He would want to do something to make her feel better.
I found the half-breed. Well, she found me, and you need to hear what she has to say.
She planted her hands against her armored hips, and he resisted the temptation to look down, aware that her armor dipped low from her waist to below her navel, and her chest piece was ridiculously small. He wasn't sure he could look at that much exposed skin and not want to step into her and kiss her. "I need to hear what she has to say?" He managed to glare at her, even when his damned eyes were still fighting him, wanting to stray to her shoulders at the very least. He didn't want to look there. He really didn't. Asteria damned him by flicking her black hair away from her shoulders, exposing them, and his gaze briefly dropped. It landed on a bite mark that sent a hot thrill through him and had him growing hard again beneath his armor, aroused by the memory of biting her while making love to her against the tree. "Just tell me what she has to say," he snapped. Asteria smiled knowingly and fingered the mark on her shoulder.
Tell me how good it was for you, and maybe I will.
"Never," he barked at her, and that smile grew triumphant. Damn. By saying he wouldn't tell her, had he just told her that it had been good for him? He should have denied it had been good. Shouldn't he? He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and growled at her. She was playing with his head again. His right hand twitched. She scowled at it.
None of that. I'll take your refusal to answer as a yes, and state again that you need to come with me and meet her. Because, believe me, this isn't something you want to air in public.
She pointedly looked at their audience. Ray looked there too and realized that she was right. He didn't want the gathered fae, immortals, and witches overhearing anything he and Asteria said, let alone whatever the half-breed had to tell him. If the half-breed had to tell him anything. He had the feeling that it was a trap, a lie constructed by Asteria, to lure him somewhere quiet and then kill him. But he nodded anyway, part of him curious about her intentions, since he couldn't read them. Had she really found the half-breed? If she had, why would she bring him to the female when she knew he was also on a mission to secure her? Unless she had already lured the half-breed over to the demon side. Asteria walked ahead of him, her black wings shrinking into her back with each bouncing step. They disappeared and her armor followed them, replaced by her standard black mini corset and a black and purple striped pleated skirt, fishnet stockings, and metal spike-heeled black leather boots. When she looked back over her shoulder at him, he issued her a look that said he wasn't going to follow suit and put his armor away. Until he knew what awaited him, it was staying in place. She shrugged and turned away, took an alley on the right in the middle of the witches' district and led him deeper into it, down a network of narrow streets.
You don't want to talk about what happened?
She said, and flicked a glance over her shoulder at him. No. He tried to put as much venom and emphasis into that single word as possible so she would drop the subject. She shrugged again and muttered something in the demon language, and he flinched as the words hurt his ears, each stabbing his mind like a hot poker. Demon? He snapped in warning. She tossed a remorseless look over her shoulder and mocked him.
Angel?
He ground to a halt when she stopped dead and whirled to face him.
You're just pissy because angels don't have a language that can hurt us.
He smiled slowly. We don't? Her cheeks paled and the triumph and amusement fled her face. When she spoke, she no longer sounded sure of herself.
You don't.
His smile widened and he opened his mouth. She had her hand clamped over it before he could utter a word. Wide, fearful eyes darting between his, and her body pressed so close to his that he burned despite the hard plates of armor that separated them. The pressure of her hand against his face weakened as he stared into her eyes, breathing hard through his nose, as the fire she had ignited inside him grew hotter, blazed like an inferno. The fear in her eyes melted away under the heat of desire that began to shine in them. Damn. He wanted her. She wanted him too. His senses stretched around them, and when he realized there wasn't a soul in the alleys near them, the urge to turn with her and pin her to the white wall of the square building to his left almost overwhelmed him.
We should keep moving,
she whispered, but she didn't sound as if she wanted that at all. She wanted to be here, with him, pressed close together like this. His hands itched, twitching at his sides with a need to touch her, to take hold of her waist and guide her against the wall, and show her all over again just how good they could be together. She stepped back, her hand falling from his mouth, and busied herself with checking the waist of her skirt, even though there was nothing wrong with it. The spell she had cast on him with just a touch shattered, bringing him crashing back to earth. Spell. He ground his teeth and shoved his right hand through the unruly lengths of his blonde hair, preening it back. It was just a spell. He kept telling himself that as she led him deeper into the witches' district, but he couldn't bring himself to believe it. The electric spark that leaped between them whenever they were together had been there from the moment he had met her, long before the half-breed had hit him with the potion. He lost track of his surroundings, his focus elsewhere. It was only when Asteria stopped again that he found the strength to stop mulling over everything that had happened since meeting her and took in where they were. A small single-story square white building with a large window on the left of the facade and a jewel-violet arched door on the right. Asteria knocked, rapping her knuckles against the painted wood. Ray waited for a horde of demons to burst out of the door and attack him. It opened slowly to reveal the half-breed. Her chocolate eyes darted both ways along the street, and then she beckoned them inside. He used his gift to read her, found no ill intention, and followed Asteria into the cramped building. He had to squeeze to his left to allow the half-breed to close the door, bumping into a frayed red armchair that was far too large for such a small space, and knocking over a stack of books with his wings, sending them scattering across the stone floor. The half-breed huffed and picked up the books, restacking them on the desk against the right wall. Asteria made herself comfortable in the armchair opposite the one he had wedged himself behind, and the nerves he sensed flowing from her, the way her blue eyes kept darting to him and filling with remorse or something akin to it whenever they landed on him, set him on edge. "What do you want with me?" he said, perhaps a little more brusquely than called for, but he didn't like how alarm bells were ringing in his head and telling him to get away before something bad happened. The half-breed gestured to the worn armchair.
It might be better if you sit. If what Asteria has told me about you is true, I don't think you're going to take this very well.
Well, that sounded ominous. He looked to Asteria, wasn't sure why he did it, and when she nodded, her blue eyes pleading him to do as the half-breed had said, that feeling in the pit of his stomach grew worse. He edged around the armchair, focused and sent his wings away, and slowly seated himself in it. The half-breed paced, her nerves only adding to his. She was quiet so long that he couldn't hold his tongue. "I should drag you to heaven for launching that spell at me." She paled and fidgeted with her drab black dress.
I'm sorry. I had to get away, and I figured that I'd have a chance if I stripped you both of your inhibitions. I thought it would make you fight since you're an angel and she's a demon.
She looked him over and then Asteria, a frown marring her brow.
You don't look hurt, though. Didn't it work?
Ray refused to answer that. Asteria stayed mercifully silent, too. It had been a spell to strip inhibitions. He really did desire her. The hunger and need he felt for her was real. He looked across at Asteria, and the hint of color on her cheeks made him burn with a need to touch them and feel their heat against his fingers.
You've been played.
the half-breed said, pulling his attention away from Asteria. He stared at her, trying to make sense of what she had said, but she didn't give him a chance to catch up.
I'm Juliana, by the way. I'm not sure you know my name, and I thought I should probably introduce myself. I know I'm a half-breed. Honestly, the powers I have are hardly something someone could mistake for magic. And I suck at spellcasting, so it was always rather obvious I wasn't a witch. Besides, my mother never told me I was one. I really don't know where you got that information from, either of you, but I suspect it was all part of the plan.
Your mother? Ray frowned at her, struggling to keep up as she talked at such speed he could barely make out the words. Plan? What plan? He looked to Asteria. She sighed, that remorseful edge back in her eyes, and looked away from him. What the merry hell is going on here? He barked, and Juliana tensed.
Every 5 centuries, the devil and heaven do this to create a power torn between realms, a person they fight to control. And whoever wins raises that person until they are ready to be dispatched to find a half-breed to claim for their realm.
Juliana fell silent, fear flowing from her as she looked between him and Asteria. Ray's stomach dropped into an icy chasm somewhere in the region of hell. He swallowed hard and looked to Asteria, sure he would find her smiling and laughing at him because he had fallen for her trick. Her solemn gaze was locked on her knees. Damn. His ears rang, mind spinning as he tried to comprehend what Juliana had just dropped on him, a bombshell of apocalyptic proportions. He and Asteria were both a product of such a union between an angel and demon. They had been like Juliana once, a half-breed hiding out in the mortal realm, unaware that one day heaven and hell would dispatch someone to claim them. He leaned forwards, placed his head between his knees, and fought for air. It explained so much that he knew it was true. The way Asteria felt different to other demons made a sudden sickening sort of sense. She had a flicker of light from her dormant angelic powers. The reason he hadn't gained a black feather from his sin of making love with her made dreadful sense, too. It was because he had a shadow of darkness from his demonic heritage, so making love with her hadn't been a sin at all. But he lifted his head, cursed mentally when he caught Asteria's soft look, one that made him feel she wanted to hold him and needed to be comforted too as everything sank in. But I don't remember being a half-breed. Juliana drew the wooden chair away from the desk, turned it around, and sat down on it with a sigh.
When my mother discovered she was pregnant with me and fled heaven, she ran to my father first. He had been back to hell, and in that time he had uncovered a truth that shook them both. He had found the demon who had been sent to claim him, and that demon had broken with the devil and told my father that they had erased his memories after he had pledged allegiance to the devil. Ray stared at her, feeling nothing as he absorbed that fact. He couldn't remember his parents, or being young, but every angel he had met had told him of his family, and they had all told him that most angels forgot their childhood as they grew, the lifespan of an angel so long that it was impossible to remember that far back. He felt Asteria's eyes on him, sensed her need for comfort and reassurance, but he couldn't take his eyes away from Juliana as everything crashed over him. More than just the fact that he had once been a half-breed. Juliana's words rang in his head, and from them he could only draw one outcome, one thing she hadn't yet mentioned outright. Asteria's voice shook as she said the exact words he was thinking. Why send the previous half-breeds? She already knew the answer to that question, as did he. Juliana looked back at her niece. My parents believed it was to breed an even stronger demon or angel, depending on what side the offspring chose when approached. That was what happened with them. Heaven dispatched an angel as the vanguard, sent to locate the half-breed. Through my mother's reports, they were able to know exactly when to send my father to cross paths with her. That dreadful sickness returned, and Ray had to swallow hard to keep it down as he croaked, How? Juliana turned soft brown eyes on him, filled with pity and remorse. My mother and father believed the report was filtered down to the devil. Fucking hell, Asteria muttered and stood sharply. Seriously?
It made too much sense to Ray to be anything other than the truth. He had reported to Heaven that he had a strong lead, his best yet, and that had been filtered to the devil so he could send Asteria to the same location, causing their paths to cross. Asteria turned on him.
Did you tell anyone you had found Juliana?
He wanted to lie to her to spare her the pain, but he slowly nodded. I told my superiors about her possible location. 2 days before you showed up in that exact location looking for her.
Devil be damned,
she bit out, and began pacing across the cramped room, tunneling her fingers through her onyx hair before fisting it hard.
I knew the bastard's offer was too suspicious. Redemption.
She barked out a mirthless laugh.
Like that son of a bitch does redemption. He should have killed me for failing him, not offered a chance to redeem myself. God fucking damn it. I should have listened to my instincts. He set me up. That bastard.
Her eyes blackened and her pupils glowed gold and stretched into thin vertical slits. Her horns flared forwards and a snarl escaped her red lips, erupting from between her fangs. He was angry too, but losing his temper wasn't going to solve anything. His anger mingled with disbelief and manifested itself in a strange sort of numbness that left him cold as he sat staring at Asteria, disconnected from the world.
Look, I told you this because I want to be left alone. I have a family I love, one who raised me and means the world to me, and I want you all to just leave us alone,
Juliana said, her soft voice cutting through the ringing in his ears. He shifted his gaze to her, stared blankly at her, struggling to make himself feel something as she announced his mission was going to end in failure.
I'm out of here. I want no part of this. I just want to be left alone. Please, for all of our sakes.
For all of their sakes. He felt nothing as he took that in, banded it around in his head, went over the implications of what she was asking. She wanted to remain a half-breed, torn between realms but belonging to neither. He had chosen to become an angel. Asteria had chosen to become a demon. Juliana was choosing to become neither. He had chosen to become an angel. He lowered his gaze to the stone floor, stared at it as that rang in his mind, and he tried to remember what had come before his life as one of the echelon. His eyes slowly widened. Dear God, was that how the echelon were created? They were the elite of the angels and able to easily sense demons. Was it because of their partly demonic blood that they were able to do such a thing? Was he hunting his own kind? Juliana said something else, and he tried to focus on her, but found he couldn't as his whole world slowly crumbled around him. He felt her leave, felt his chance to end his mission slip through his grasp, but he couldn't muster the desire to stop her or fulfill it. Not anymore. He had been sent on this mission for two purposes. One, to recruit her and condemn her to the same future he had lived for the past few centuries, and secondly, to sire a half-breed of his own. He looked at Asteria, saw her sitting on her knees on the stone floor, eyes glazed as she stared at it. If he discovered she bore his offspring, would he do the same as Juliana's father had? Would he run with her, hoping to protect their half-breed child? Would it be worth it? Juliana's mother had been executed. He wasn't sure what had happened to her father, but what if his fate had been the same? Ray tried again to remember the life that had come before he had been an angel. Why had he chosen the echelon? He stared at Asteria. What had led her to choosing to become a demon? He could see that questions plagued her as strongly as they plagued him, that she needed answers and had her own doubts. The discovery of what he had once been and what heaven had done with him had turned his world on its head, completely blown it apart until he wasn't sure of anything anymore. Anything except one thing, anyway. The attraction he felt towards Asteria was real. It was easier to understand his feelings when he knew they had both begun the same, half demon and half angel. They had that in common, only they had chosen different paths. In the midst of his life going to hell and a time when everything felt so uncertain, he was glad that she had chosen to become a demon, because meeting her was without a doubt the best thing that had happened in his life. Chapter 11. Asteria wandered the Fey town, still reeling from everything she had discovered through Juliana, her feet carrying her wherever they pleased. She wasn't surprised when they eventually carried her up the steps carved into the stone wall of the cavern and along the winding tunnel, to the cool dark of the night. She breathed deep of it, drawing the cold air down into her lungs, using it to purge some of the heaviness from her heart. She also wasn't surprised when she sensed Ray nearby. Her gaze sought him, and her breath lodged in her throat when she found him sitting on the grass, his hands splayed behind him to support him, his eyes on the stars and his noble profile to her. Moonlight bathed his skin, turning it pale, casting soft shadows in the hollows of his sculpted cheeks. It seemed she wasn't the only one who wanted to find some peace and solace tonight, or the only one who couldn't bring themselves to wear the vestments of their breed. His wings were away, his clothing of mortal fashion. Tight black t-shirt, black jeans, and heavy-soled leather boots. His broad shoulders shifted in a sigh as she watched him from the cover of the trees near the town entrance, drawing her to him, making her feel she wasn't the only one lost and adrift, unsure of her place in the world or what to do next. All she knew was that she didn't want to be alone right now, and Ray was the only person in the world who knew what she was going through. She crossed the neatly trimmed grass to him and sat beside him without a word, stared up at the stars as she hugged her knees to her chest. He didn't lash out at her, didn't push her away, and she was grateful for that. Grateful for his company. She charted patterns in the stars, feeling their peace flowing over her, curling around her and Ray as they sat together, so close she could feel his heat against her side. Her heavy heart ached in her chest. Where was the powerful and formidable Demoness now? She felt as if the revelation that she had once been like Juliana, and that the devil had used her like a pawn, had stripped her of all her strength, and she would never regain it. She would always feel this way. Torn, lost. Asteria leaned to her left and settled her head on Ray's right shoulder. She tensed when he moved, expecting him to shove her away, and warmth swept through her when he wrapped his arm around her shoulders and held her, a sigh escaping him.
I can't get over that I had a life before this one. A life I know nothing about,
she whispered, and picked out the constellations that she knew. Had she known them when she had been a half-breed too, before she had chosen to become a fully fledged demon? Ray sighed again and brushed his fingers up and down her arm. I cannot either. I keep trying to remember it.
Me too,
she murmured, and leaned more heavily against him, sought his warmth and the comfort of his touch, and the solid feel of him against her. He was real, strong, a pillar she took no shame in leaning on, as she struggled to make sense of everything. She closed her eyes, drew down a deep breath, and then tilted her head back and looked up at him.
Ray?
His eyebrows dipped, and those stunning peridot eyes dropped to her, his head turning towards her, so the moonlight threw the right side into shadow. Gold flecks blazed in his green irises, glowing on the shadowed side. Her eyes darted between his, and though she knew he wouldn't have the answer, she said,
What do we do now?
He smiled softly, brought his left hand up and brushed the colored stripe in her hair out of her face, tucking it behind her ear in a way that felt almost tender and affectionate. I do not know. I keep asking myself the same question. His deep voice rumbled around her, warming her bones and soothing her heart. She was a foolish demon, because she was falling in love with an angel. I spent close to 5 centuries serving the echelon, but now I do not know where I stand. I feel as if I don't know anything. She knew that feeling well, but his 5 centuries paled in comparison to the length of time she had served.
Try spending 1,200 years as a demon, faithfully serving the bastard who was going to cast you out into the world like a worm to get an angel to take the bait.
His eyebrows dropped low again, narrowing his eyes. You are not a worm, nor bait. She was bait, and he was just being kind. Stupid angel.
I hate him anyway,
she muttered, and leaned her head back against his shoulder. Ray surprised her by pressing his lips to her hair and breathing her in, and then whispering, "I hate it too." He was silent for a long time, so long she grew sleepy, the warmth of him against her and the comforting feel of his arm around her, washing away her hurt and slowly lifting the weight off her heart. "You are really over 1,200 years old?" She thought she had dreamed that question until she pulled back and found him watching her, a curious edge to his eyes. She nodded.
Yep, 1,200 years, which makes you a toy boy.
He frowned at that. "I am still almost 5 centuries old." Asteria smiled, her heart feeling lighter as she teased him.
It's sweet the way you say almost 5 centuries. It's like being almost 12 inches down there. Not quite the truth, and a very awful thing to lie about.
His frown hardened, and she knew he was doing it on purpose, intentionally giving her openings to tease him, so her mood would lighten and she would forget all the hurt and confusion in her heart.
Although, I think you wouldn't be lying if you said you were almost 12 inches.
A blush stained his cheeks, and he went to look away from her, but she quickly caught his left cheek in her palm and held him fast. He was still for a moment, and then his mouth was on hers, stealing her breath in a kiss so deep her head spun. Her back hit the grass, his chest landing across hers, and he moaned as she hooked her right leg over his hips and tugged him closer to her. She caught up with him and kissed him back, savoring the way his tongue tangled with hers, fodder for dominance that she refused to give him this time. He groaned when she pushed his left shoulder and flipped him onto his back, landing awkwardly on top of him. His hands leaped to her waist as she straddled him, his mouth fusing with hers as he brought her down hard and ground against her, already hard in his jeans. As hungry for her as she was for him. This was real. She told it to herself on repeat, a mantra to make her believe that this attraction and desire they shared wasn't born of a spell or the meddling of their masters. This glorious male beneath her was her fated mate. She pushed herself up on him, her palms pressing against his rock-hard chest, and looked down at him. He strained to pull her back down to him, his eyes locked on her lips, bright gold in the darkness. This breathtaking male belonged to her. He had been made for only her. She felt that in every inch of her as she looked down at him, and she felt he was aware of it too, as he stopped trying to pull her to him and sank back against the grass, his eyes drinking her in, softening in a way she found she liked. No male had ever looked at her like that before. Fuck, it made her feel she had been missing something her entire life. She had been missing him. She leaned over and kissed him slowly, setting the pace for what lay ahead. They had done rough and wild. She needed something deeper from him this time. She needed something gentler, a connection with him. Her sensible side she did her best to never listen to, warned it wasn't going to end well for her, but she didn't care in this moment. She just needed him. If he broke her heart, she would rip his out of his chest. He rolled with her, ending up wedged between her thighs, and his right hand dropped to stroke her backside and the underside of her thigh. He groaned into her mouth as he fingered her stockings, tracing the lines of the net, and kissed her harder, a frantic edge to it as his arousal mounted. Asteria helped him by grabbing the hem of his t-shirt and pulling it up his back. His lips broke away from hers only long enough for her to tug it off over his head, and she tossed it aside as she kissed him again. Her hands roamed the contours of his back, delighting in the dips and peaks of his powerful muscles. But it didn't quite satisfy her. She needed more. She needed to feel his skin against hers this time. She wriggled her arms between them, ignored his low growl as she pushed him off her in the process, and fingered the zip that ran down the length of the front of her black corset. When she began lowering it, the sound of the teeth pulling apart loud in the night, Ray stopped kissing her and pushed himself up on his palms, a delicious sight as his muscles tensed to support his weight. The gold in his eyes grew brighter as she slowly unzipped her corset, and they glowed as the two sides fell apart, exposing her breasts to the air. He was still above her, eyes fixed on her breasts as her nipples puckered, and then he dropped to his elbows and claimed her left one in his lips. She cried out as he suckled it, and his hand came down over her mouth, silencing her as he worked to drive her mad with need. His hot, hard body pressed into hers, each swirl of his tongue around her nipple bliss, the sort of ecstasy that had her skirting the edge of release. He leaned harder on his right elbow, and she trembled as the fingers of his left hand skimmed down her side and traced the waist of her skirt. She couldn't stop herself from raising her pelvis to meet that teasing touch, aching to have him strip her bare and claim her. She needed to feel him inside her again, stretching and completing her. He found the clip that kept her skirt closed, flicked it open, and slid the material along the runner until it came free and fell away from her hip. He set his palm on her stomach and slowly slid it to her left hip, brushing the other side of her skirt away, exposing her to his hungry gaze as he lifted his head and looked down at her. Disappointment flickered in his eyes. Because she was wearing panties? He made fast work of that obstruction, ripping them from her, and his glowing gaze devoured her, setting her body aflame. She stilled as his eyes tracked her tattoo, studying him as he studied her. He lowered his head and kissed the curve of red ink that arced over her waist and followed the design down, tongue lightly caressing and flicking over each swirl, driving her mad until she was restless beneath him, aching for him to spread her thighs and kiss her where she really needed him. His hot breath warmed her skin in the cool of the night, and she trembled when he reached her right thigh and slowed, carefully following the curves of her tattoo. She could sense his curiosity, his fascination as he charted the path it took across her skin, and pushed up on her elbows to watch him.
"Aren't angels allowed ink?"
she said, her voice loud in the darkness, and regretted it when he lifted his head and there was hurt in his striking eyes, pain that she had caused with her thoughtless question. Not only had she reminded him about his situation by mentioning angels, bringing them up when he was still struggling to come to terms with everything, but she had mentioned tattoos, too, forgetting something. He sat back and eyed his right wrist as he stroked his thumb over the inside of it, his deep voice somber as he spoke. "I have ink of a fashion." He raised his wrist and showed the stylized cross to her, and her heart broke for him when she saw the depth of the hurt in his eyes. She wanted to take it all away again, to apologize for what she had done and make him forget. She couldn't bear seeing him hurt. Asteria smiled and tried to make light of it, hoping that would lift the mood again.
"My ink doesn't kill, though. It's just art."
Ray looked down at the mark, and she looked there too. She felt no fear as she studied the cross. It was black, calm, but she knew that it wouldn't take much for it to activate and hurt her, or worse, kill her. Thinking about what it could do to her made something hit home. Something that made her glad she was already flat on her back, as she might have fallen on her backside had the revelation hit her when she was standing. She trusted Ray implicitly. She had never trusted anyone, not really. But here she was trusting an echelon angel not to accidentally or intentionally kill her with his power. "I would never hurt you, Asteria," he whispered, so solemn and serious that she dragged her eyes away from the mark and met his, saw in them that he was telling her the truth. It touched her and she wanted to say something, but he beat her to it, speaking before she could find her voice. "Never. If it triggered, I would move away." Devil damn him for being so sweet and thoughtful, for caring about her. Another smile twitched on her lips.
"I know."
His gaze returned to the mark, his voice a low murmur in the night. "It is different around you anyway. It should be active. You are a demon." Asteria held her hands out to him, the need to comfort him growing too strong to deny, as she realized his echelon mark was the source of a lot of confusion and pain for him. His glowing eyes flicked to her. "I have a theory it is because you are part angel." She squeezed her eyes shut. She didn't want to think about that. She had been a half-breed. There was angelic blood buried deep in her veins. It was too painful to think about, and right now she didn't want to face it. She didn't want to think at all. She wanted to feel. She wanted to lose herself in Ray. As if he had sensed that desire in her, he leaned over her and his lips brushed her hip, tearing a gasp from her that he drowned with his palm over her mouth as he moved upwards, coming to cover her. She moaned against it as his fingers found her folds, dipped inside to tease her bundle of nerves, sending her shooting into the stars. Her hips lifted of their own accord, hungry for his touch elsewhere. Her breath burst from her nose when he slid his fingers lower, teased her core and drew them back up, bringing moisture with them to make her nub slick. He stroked it, his eyes on hers, a fierce hunger in them. Not for pleasure or release for himself. He wanted to see her climax. Fuck. She bit into his hand over her mouth, moaned and writhed beneath him as he worked magic on her, swirling his fingers around her nub before dipping them down to tease her core. He slid two into her, stretching her, and rubbed her sensitive spot, giving it a few strokes before he went back to work on her pert bead, teasing it mercilessly until she was panting against his hand, hers gripping his shoulders, clinging to him like an anchor. It was game over when he slid two fingers back into her and hit upon a very wicked idea, using his thumb to tease her bundle of nerves at the same time. A look of smug male satisfaction crossed his handsome face as she positively screamed against his hand, her hips jacking up off the grass, face contorting as ecstasy crashed over her, sending her mind spinning as her body quivered with release. Asteria sank against the grass, breathless and dizzy, losing awareness of the world as Ray gently kissed across her chest, laved her nipples and lightly teased her with his fingers. Desire built again, hunger that he hadn't quite sated because it stemmed from her need to feel him filling her. Her senses slowly fell back into place, and she lowered her hand to his waist, opened his belt, and then popped the top button of his black jeans. When he realized what she was doing, he pulled back and lowered his hand to help her. She didn't need it. In one swift tug, she tore his fly open, popping every button with ease. He stared at her, a stunned expression on his face that quickly morphed to hunger again when she settled her hand on his silken length. She stroked it from root to blunt, sensitive tip, loving the feel of him, iron covered in silk.
"You definitely wouldn't be lying, even if you said you were 12 inches,
she husked up at him. His eyes darkened and he swooped on her mouth, kissed her hard as his left hand came down on hers, and he forced her to stroke his cock, to feel every inch of him. She moaned into his mouth and let him guide her movements, enjoying the way he made her clutch him tightly, and how he grunted whenever she thumbed the tip. She wanted to suck him again as she had in their dream, but he had other plans. He pulled his hips back and guided his cock down, and she moaned as the blunt head stroked through her folds, teasing her with what was to come and cranking her anticipation up until it was almost unbearable. She breathed a sigh of relief when the head nudged into her core and he released her hand, claimed it with his and threaded their fingers together. He pinned it to the grass above her shoulders, and then caught her other hand in the same way, pinning it on the other side of her head. He moaned in time with her as he slowly inched into her, stretching her and filling her so completely she wanted to sigh again. His mouth found hers, his kiss soft and controlled as he edged deeper to the furthest point he could reach, and settled there, as if he wanted her to feel just how perfect they were for each other, how he completed her so beautifully. She stroked her tongue across his lower lip, and he began to move, his hands pinning hers to the grass as he slowly thrust into her, curling his hips with each one to strike her deepest point. She moaned, lost in the powerful sensations flowing through her, crashing over her, and wrapped her legs around him, held him against her as they made love. His chest rubbed hers, teasing her sensitive nipples, and his pelvis stroked her nub, sending ripples of pleasure through her that began to swirl in her belly, until it felt ready to burst into flames. Asteria kissed him harder, and he obeyed her, his lips claiming hers in a fierce kiss as he thrust deeper, harder, tearing moan after moan from her. Bliss. He had truly been made for her. She unhooked her legs from around his waist and pressed her heels into the earth and pushed her hips up. Ray grunted as he slid deeper, more of his thick cock filling her, and surrendered his grip on her left hand. His hand fell to her hip and he clutched it tightly, holding it off the ground as he drove into her, his pace gaining as the hunger she could feel in him mounted, hunger that flowed through her, too. She barely resisted the temptation to bite his lip, to suck on it, aware that if she gave in to that need, she would damn them both. She couldn't take his blood. She couldn't trigger a bond between them, no matter how fiercely she wanted it. Ray shattered that thought when he demolished her ability to think by pulling her hips higher and plunging deeper into her. He grunted and she smiled wickedly against his mouth when she lifted her legs and wrapped them around his waist again, and he barked out a moan, his cock sliding deeper still. They lost it at the same time. The feel of him filling her with long, hard strokes, his pelvis slamming against her nub with each meeting of their hips, his chest rubbing her nipples, and his mouth fiercely possessing hers, sent her hurtling over the edge. She cried into his mouth, body convulsing in his arms as the tension that had been building within her detonated. Stars burst and swirled above her wide eyes as fire swept through her, lightning striking along her nerves in its wake. Ray threw his head back and roared as he exploded inside her, his thick cock throbbing and pulsing, pumping hot seed into her. Each pulse of his cock sent tremors through her that tore a moan from her lips, aftershocks of bliss that he swallowed in a kiss that slowly softened, turning tender and filling her with warmth. He sank against her, lowering her to the grass, and released her other hand. She wrapped her arms around him, holding him as she kissed him, savoring this moment, because she still wasn't sure what happened now. Her half-breed origins and her uncertain future seemed like nothing as another revelation hit her, one that had her clinging to Ray as he gently kissed her, afraid of what he might say or do if she released him, because she wasn't merely falling in love with an angel. She already loved him. Chapter 12. We run. Asteria looked up from fastening her purple and black striped skirt. The seriousness of Ray's green eyes warned that he meant that. Her heart began to pound against her ribs, a painful thumping that she tried to control by breathing slowly and telling herself he really hadn't meant it. She shook her head. You don't get it. My orders. Let's just say the devil made it pretty fucking clear that if I didn't return with Juliana in tow, I was going to meet a very grisly end. The sort she wasn't going to tell him about, because something told her that if she mentioned the devil's plan to turn her into his plaything before killing her, that Ray would go all crazy angel as he had with that demon back in the Fey town. He would get himself killed. He didn't have the power to stand against the devil, not when hell stripped angels of their light and left them weakened. So we run. He took a step closer to her, the earnestness of his expression melting her thundering heart. By the devil, she wanted to believe that was possible, even when she knew it wasn't. The devil will kill me, Ray. A hot lance pierced her heart when she thought about what she was saying, that she was going to hunt down Juliana, even though the half-breed had begged them to leave her alone. She wished that she could, but she didn't want to die, and she would have to forfeit her life in exchange for Juliana's freedom. That isn't going to happen, Asteria, he ground out, the flecks of gold in his eyes growing bright as his jaw muscle popped and his hands fisted at his sides. I will not leave your side. I will run with you. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, or that it touched her as deeply as it did. He was willing to leave everything he loved behind, his life and his duty, to become a fugitive. It was such a sacrifice, so damn noble. Typical of him, really. I am serious, Asteria. He moved another step closer, narrowing the gap between them on the grass. Moonlight kissed his skin, the shadows only adding to the seriousness of his expression, as if she could ever doubt that he meant every word that left those wicked lips. There was a stirring of doubt in his eyes as he stared at her, though, a hint of fear that grounded her and stopped her from running with his idea. This was difficult for him. She knew that because it was difficult for her, too. He had served heaven for centuries, and she had served hell. It was all they had known after choosing a side and having their memories erased. It was the fear in his eyes that pushed her to speak, though, to lay it all out there so he knew exactly what he was saying and they were clear about one thing. There's only one way to stop this.
To end their interest in you. So don't pretend you're just going to run with me and say what you really mean.
She edged closer to him, her dark eyebrows furrowing as she looked up into his eyes and saw the doubt growing stronger, the fear rising in them, and pain now.
Say what you really mean, Ray. That you're going to run with me to hell.
For a moment, she thought he would look away, but he stood firm, his eyes locked with hers. I know I have to fall. He said it so casually, but she could see the hurt that thought caused him, the deep pain he experienced by only considering it. The agony he would feel if he went through with it didn't bear thinking about. It was too much for her. She didn't want him to do it. She was a sentimental idiot, a complete fool. But the thought of him giving up everything for her just made her ache inside, and she couldn't let it happen. She wouldn't let him sacrifice everything for her. She couldn't put him through that pain. To spare him, she would hurt herself instead.
I don't want that,
she bit out, and tears burned the backs of her eyes, stung her nose, but she pushed on before he could speak, silencing him.
I don't want you.
He staggered back, the hurt in his eyes tearing at her, and she wanted to look away but forced herself to keep looking at him, to see that this pain was infinitely more bearable than what he had been considering.
What we had was a moment of madness, a fucking glorious one, but still insanity. It was nothing more than lust, Ray, a lie. It wasn't real.
She had to stop to swallow at air in an attempt to stop herself from starting to sob and showing him how much this was hurting her. He stood only a few feet from her, so close she wavered on the edge of reaching out and taking hold of him, and never letting him go. She didn't want to lose him. She didn't want to break her own heart, but it was the only thing she could do to save him. Saving him meant bringing up something she knew was going to rattle him just as it had rattled her.
The urge you've been feeling is nothing more than a potential bond to me. You're my fated mate, Ray. A fact that was probably engineered by our masters tinkering with us both. It's all a lie. There are no real feelings here. You just feel an urge as my mate. That's all this is and all it would ever be. I feel nothing for you and you feel nothing for me.
Lies, he barked, and his face darkened, his eyes glowing gold in the night. His whole body tensed and trembled, and he shook his head as he clenched his teeth, his pale eyebrows dipping low above his eyes. You lie, even if this is because of a bond. It's real, Asteria. I feel it. I love you. Damn him for saying that. The tears she had been trying to hide spilled onto her cheeks, and the pain that crossed his handsome face when he spotted them robbed her of her breath. He reached for her, and she somehow found the strength to back away, to keep some distance between them. She shook her head.
It isn't a lie. I don't love you.
By the devil, that was the biggest lie she had ever told, and it ripped her apart together with the way he looked at her, the phenomenal pain in his eyes. Pain that was still less than what he would have felt if she had allowed him to fall.
I mean it. I don't love you.
She slowly moved backwards as he advanced on her, a formidable male in the darkness, his face filled with determination that tore at her defenses, made her want to surrender to him and scream that she loved him, and she was doing this for him. It was for the best. She would find Juliana and drag her to hell, and as soon as she was free of the devil, she would run and wouldn't look back. Ray's eyes narrowed on her, and he gritted out, I love you. She shook her head and held her hands up when he kept stalking towards her, his expression only growing more determined, more handsome. By the devil, he had to stop doing that, stop looking at her in ways no other male ever had, as if he would die without her. She had never felt like this either. She could feel her heart breaking in her chest as she kept denying him and everything she wanted to do, forcing herself to push him away.
I don't love you.
Cold crept in as she said those words, throwing them at him like barbs, wanting him gone but fearing it at the same time, already mourning the loss of him in her life. You do, he snapped and quickened his pace. By the devil, she did, and that was the reason she was doing this. She didn't want to hurt him, but the pain in his eyes said she already had, so a little more wasn't going to do much harm, even when she would hate herself for using it against him. If she was going to hurt him this way, she might as well do it with the truth, even when he wouldn't be able to understand her words. She spoke in the demon tongue. "I do love you." Ray slapped his hands over his ears, threw his head back, and roared at the starry sky as he fell to his knees. Regret shot through her, and she took a step towards him as he fought the pain she had caused him, filled with a need to soothe him and apologize, to tell him in English that she truly did love him. She forced herself to turn away from him instead, intending to teleport back to hell to get away from him, and then return for the female half-breed. A very muscular chest blocked her view of the country house. Dread pooled in her stomach. She looked up into the eyes of a familiar demon. The guard from outside the Devil's Fortress, and he wasn't alone. Another equally massive male demon stood beside him, cold eyes fixed on Ray. Her heart leaped into her throat, and she turned back to face him, reached for him as the familiar male grabbed her shoulders. Darkness swallowed her, but in the split second before the portal to hell opened and the demon dragged her to her doom, she saw Ray, saw the white-blue arcs of electricity striking around him as he staggered onto his feet, saw the determination in his golden eyes as his white wings burst from his back, white armor covered him from neck to toe, and his sword appeared in his hand. And she knew that he was going to keep the vow he had made. He was going to protect her. He was going to stay by her side. He was going to rush in where even angels feared to tread. Not her one. He was going to follow her to hell. She knew that in her heart, knew it in her soul, and knew in that instant why she loved him. Her crazy angel had some balls. Chapter 13. Ray wasn't sure where they would take Asteria, but the image of her in that moment when that damn demon had placed his meaty paws on her and she had reached for him was branded on his mind. Her fear burned on his soul, and he was going to do all in his power to rescue her. The thought of losing her tore him apart, pushing at his control and driving him mad with a need to reach her. He willed the teleport and blasted through the bridge between the Fey town and hell. Lightning struck around him, white-blue bolts snapping across the black ground as he landed in unfamiliar territory. He rose onto his feet, and an unsettling sensation immediately swept through him. He could feel his power leaking from him, drained by the darkness of the realm, affected by it, more so than he had considered. The last few arcs of light that lashed at the black ground were crimson, matching the flames that licked along his white blade. He looked down at it and grimaced as a sharp rush of tingles bolted down his spine, a command to return to the mortal realm. Ray gritted his teeth and ignored it as he scoured the land, trying to get the lay of it and figure out where they might have taken Asteria. Everything looked the same, bleak and grim, as if a volcano had spewed lava across the entire land, covering it in a uniform layer of basalt. He spread his white wings, closed his eyes, and focused, calling his echelon gift. When it triggered, the mark burning hot against his right inside wrist, he harnessed it to locate the strongest source of demonic power. He charted the lands around him in a sweeping circle, pinpointing small fluctuations of dark power all around him, and then stilled when he hit a massive outpouring. The devil had to be in that direction, and that meant Asteria was there too. His eyes flicked open and settled on that point in the distance. A ridge of mountains blocked his view. He beat his wings and kicked off, and grimaced again as they ached. He hadn't anticipated that the drain on his powers would affect even his wings. Damn, even his sword felt heavier in his hand. He kept low, afraid that if he dared to fly too high and his wings gave out, that he would end up injured. He was already weak and was steadily growing weaker, the darkness slowly draining all of his strength. If he injured himself, well, it didn't bear thinking about. He wasn't sure he would have the strength to save Asteria. He wasn't sure that he had it now. The black mountains were rough and jagged beneath him as he followed them up, remaining only a few feet from the ground. He definitely didn't want to fall on those rocks. An injury like that would be game over for him. He could sense demons everywhere and knew they could probably sense him. If he was injured to the extent he couldn't fly, it would be a matter of minutes before the demons located him and dealt with him. He reached the peak of the mountain and started down the other side, but when his eyes lit on the towering black fortress ahead of him, his descent slowed, wariness settling over him. He landed halfway down the mountain and surveyed the huge bastion, surrounded by 7 circular courtyards set in a concentric pattern. All but the one where the castle stood contained smaller buildings, and even outside the walls in the valley there were settlements. And where there were buildings, there were demons. There had to be hundreds of them, thousands. He watched them moving around each courtyard, scouring them for Asteria. All the instincts that said to form a plan of attack before moving any closer to the citadel were overthrown when he spotted Asteria in the courtyard of the fortress. The 2 burly demon males dragged her between them, pulling her towards the entrance where golden light spilled from the castle. Ray kicked off, beat his wings as hard as he could manage, and shot towards her. When he reached the wall of the courtyard surrounding the castle, she spotted him and her eyes went wide. She was still for a moment, and then she started struggling, fighting the demon's holds on her. The 2 males looked down at her and then slowly turned towards him. They weren't alone. There were at least a dozen male demons in the courtyard, all of them armed and watching him. He supposed it wasn't every day that an angel had the stupidity to wander into their territory. He had to be here, though. He couldn't let anything happen to Asteria. He loved her, and no matter what she had told him, he knew she loved him too. She had said those things to him to drive him away in some noble attempt to spare him, and he loved her all the more for that. But nothing she could have said would have stopped him from following her right into the heart of hell. He would follow her anywhere, wouldn't stop pursuing her until she gave in to him and gave him what he needed from her. Her heart, her love. He landed without staggering too much, somehow managed to remain upright despite his legs wanting to give out, and readied his blade. The usual surge in power and strength didn't come. If anything, he felt weaker as the sword drained him, using his power to fuel its light in this dark realm. Asteria lashed out with her legs and managed to pierce the demon holding her right arm with her heel, stabbing it deep into the unprotected back of his right knee. He grabbed her by the nape of her neck with his left hand, dragged her before him, and struck her hard with his right fist, sending her head snapping to the right. "Leave her alone!" Ray barked, and ran at the bastard. The big demon male slowly looked his way, eyed him as if he was a mere inconvenience rather than a potential threat, and tossed Asteria onto the black ground, sending her tumbling across the polished flagstones. Ray swept his sword up in a fast arc, and a huge broadsword appeared in the demon's right hand. His blade struck the broadsword, and vibrations ran along its length, numbing his hands. He gritted his teeth and pushed on, fury rolling through him, driving him to cut the male down. He went to strike again, but the demon blocked with the metal vambrace that protected his forearm and shoved forwards, knocking Ray's sword aside, leaving him wide open. Stars exploded across his eyes as the demon's left fist slammed into his stomach, lifting him off the ground and denting his armor. He landed hard meters from the brute, his wings twisted painfully beneath him and lungs burning as he tried to breathe. The damaged armor pressed down on his ribs and stomach, squeezing his insides. Ray grunted and ripped at it, tore the metal plates away, and breathed a sigh of relief when the pressure subsided. He went to get back onto his feet. The demon helped him by grabbing him by the front of his throat and hauling him off the ground. The world flew past him in a blur of black and orange, and pain splintered across his back, fierce white-hot agony that stole his breath again as he struck a wall. He slumped onto the ground, shook his head to clear it, but didn't have a chance to get his bearings. Another demon pulled him onto his feet, grinned at him as his black horns flared forwards and black eyes looked into his, their golden pupils thin slits in their centers. The male spoke in the demonic tongue, and Ray couldn't bite back the bellow that tore from his throat as those words pierced his mind, driving flaming needles into his skull. He dropped his blade and rushed to cover his ears, but his hands refused to lift, his muscles trembling beneath his skin. He hung from the demon's meaty hand, vision wavering as he fought the agony rolling through him. Was this really how it was going to end? He had wanted to save Asteria. He looked across at her, sought her, but she was no longer where she had been on the flagstones. A sharp war cry reached his buzzing ears, and he couldn't breathe as his eyes darted to the source of it. Asteria fought just meters from him, a majestic and formidable female in her full armor, her black leathery wings out and her broadsword hacking at the males blocking her path to him. The demon holding him tossed him into the wall, a mere flick of his wrist, but he still hit it with the force of a wrecking ball, leaving an impact crater in the smooth black stone. Pain splintered through him again, the taste of blood filling his mouth as he dropped to the ground. He lay there dazed and lost, the sound of battle ringing in his ears, a battle he needed to be part of, to get himself up off the floor and hurl himself into, to protect her. She was fighting alone, fighting for him. He opened his bleary eyes and saw her. She was red in his vision, viewed through a veil of blood that suited her as she fought like a warrior, taking on 3 male demons at once. He willed his body to move, somehow mustered the strength to bring his hands up beside his shoulders and press them into the warm stone. His head ached, his entire body throbbing as he slowly pushed onto his knees. His mind twirled, sending the world around him spinning for a moment. When his vision came back, Asteria was no longer fighting. His heart hitched at the sight of her. Fury so strong it robbed him of his breath and burned in his soul, blazing through him, as the demon who had teleported her to hell held her in a headlock. She clawed at the male's forearm, desperately kicking out with her legs as she tried to break free, her eyes growing enormous as the fear he could feel in her took hold of her. She blinked, her movements weakening as she struggled for air, her wings sagging at her sides. No. Ray called his blade to his hand and lumbered onto his feet, locked his knees when his legs threatened to give out and send him crashing back onto the black ground. She wasn't going to die. He wouldn't lose her. Not when he had only just found her. His mate, his love. He was too weak in this realm, far weaker than he had anticipated. He couldn't save her as he was, and he had to save her because she was everything to him. Everything. He raised his blade and stared into her eyes as she looked back at him. He saw the moment she realized what he intended to do, because her eyes widened and her cheeks paled, and she slowly shook her head. He didn't hesitate. He stretched his wings wide and roared as he brought his sword down on the left one. That roar became a strangled cry as the blade struck, cleaving deep into the muscle and bone, and blood sprayed across his shoulders and face. He gritted his teeth and hacked at it, severing muscle and tendon, shattering the thick bone. His stomach turned, bile blazing up his throat, as he took hold of the wing and yanked, felt the flesh and tendons snapping. He leaned over and threw up the contents of his stomach, his head spinning so fast he feared he would pass out as his heart thundered, the pain so intense that he didn't know anything other than sheer agony. He dropped his left wing, vomited again as he looked at it on the black flagstones, covered in blood, surrounded by scattered feathers. "No!" Asteria screamed, and he felt her racing towards him, realized she had broken free of the demon and was coming to stop him. He couldn't let her. He mustered his strength, swapped his bloodied blade into his left hand, and began hacking at his other wing. The pain stole his strength, making his blows weaker, drawing out the agony as he cut away at the muscle and struggled to break the bone. "Ray, no!" Asteria whispered, mere feet from him now, and he looked at her. Her beautiful blue eyes implored him not to do it. Hot blood spilled down his back. Pain blazed through him. She kept screaming at him not to do it, but he had to. He needed to do it. For her. The agony threatened to send him to his knees as he brought his sword down, and the bone of his right wing shattered. But he refused to fall, stood tall and bore it for her. She was worth this pain, because it was nothing compared to what he would feel if he lost her. As the last tendon of his right wing snapped and it fell from his hand, light exploded from him in a shock wave that swept across the land around him. It reached the fortress, shaking the towers, and then it came rushing back at him, as black as night now. He threw his head back and bellowed as it hit him, darkness filling him like a terrible black tide, surging through him. His cry turned inhuman, and he arched forwards, threw his arms out at his sides, and roared. Black feathered wings burst from his broken ones. turning his stomach as fresh agony rolled through him. His voice gave out, and the strength and power that had been ricocheting around inside him finally settled, and he lowered his head, fought for breath as he struggled to become accustomed to the change. He looked down at himself, feeling nothing as he stared at the black metal plates molded over his entire body, and the clawed fingertips of his gauntlets, or the huge black broadsword he now wielded in his left hand. Feeling numb as darkness swirled around his body, twining around his legs like a living thing, writhing like mist over his chest, and caressing his neck between the collar of his armor and his helmet.
"Ray,"
Asteria whispered. Her voice was light in the darkness, drawing him back from the void. Feelings rushed back in, warm and soft, driving back the black numbness and restoring balance in him. His red eyes sought her, his reason for falling. She was beautiful as she kneeled before him. Her backdrop, a dozen stunned demons the shockwave had knocked onto their backsides. Their faces held fear as they gazed at him, all of them silent and still. He knew he looked different now, bore the horned armor and shadowy appearance of a fallen angel. He felt different, too, uncertain of himself, filled with so much power he wasn't sure he could control it, far more than he had ever possessed as an angel. He looked at Asteria. She wasn't looking at him any differently. Her eyes held no fear, no astonishment. They held only love, desire, need. That was enough for him. It was enough to make him bear the weight of what he had done for her, for them. They could be together now, because nothing could stand in his way, not even the devil himself. Ray slowly shifted his focus to the male standing 10 meters behind Asteria, pinned red eyes on him and readied his blade. The 7-foot male smiled slowly, a spark of amusement lighting his red eyes, and ran his black claw-tipped fingers through his onyx hair, pushing the long lengths back from his handsome face. Huge black feathered wings framed him as they arched high above his head, furled against his bare back, the tips brushing the gold-edged black armor he wore on his lower half. Power radiated from him, visibly affected the demons around him. Didn't bother Ray at all. He stared the male down, aware of who he was challenging, and strode towards Asteria where she had remained kneeling on the black flagstones between them. Her eyes were enormous now, her skin pale as she shook, fear flowing from her to curl around him. He looked down at her as he passed and silently vowed that nothing would happen to her. When he stopped just behind her, placing himself between the devil and her, she surprised him by taking hold of his shin, her pale fingers clutching the black metal plate that protected it. Ray stooped, carefully curled his arm around her beneath hers, and lifted her onto her feet, never taking his eyes off the devil. "You intrigue me," the devil said, deep voice resonating across the land, and his lips twitched into a wider smile. "You are the first to choose to fall. Hundreds of angels have been in your position, and not one had the courage to do it. I commend you." Commend? Ray snorted at that. His blade twitched in his left hand. The devil sighed. "I am not interested in a war with you, but your decision has caused a problem for me. Asteria owes me a debt, and she won't be paying it," Ray interjected. Every demon in the vicinity tensed, every demon except Asteria. She gazed up at him and he looked down at her, caught the worry in her eyes mingled with love, and held her closer to him. The devil moved a step towards them. The inside of Ray's right wrist burned, and he frowned, released Asteria, and pulled his vambrace back to reveal it. His echelon mark was still there, the power of it still flowing through him. His eyes slowly widened, flowing through him and making him stronger. "You are right, and she shall not be paying it, but you will," the devil said with a broad smile. If he meant to attack, Ray was ready to show him just how powerful he was now. He was new to these abilities that flowed beneath his skin, the darkness that burned inside him, but he would become accustomed to them in the heat of battle if it meant protecting Asteria and keeping her safe from harm, safe from the devil. The dark-haired fallen angel eyed him, the amusement still shining brightly in his crimson gaze. Amusement that Ray was beginning to feel wasn't related to him at all. It was related to whatever the devil wanted him to do in order to spare Asteria. "Name your price for leaving us alone." Ray lowered his black broadsword and tucked his right wing around Asteria, sheltering her with it as she stood tall beside him, her fear flowing through him. Because he was her mate. He could feel it now that he had fallen, was deeply aware of it as she stood close to him. His, but not in the way he needed it. Not yet, anyway. "War is coming, and when it falls on this realm, I expect you to answer my call." War. The devil turned away, his black feathered wings stretching before settling against his back, and raised his hand. The demons around them rose onto their feet, cast black looks Ray and Asteria's way, and then moved off, scattering into the darkness, obeying their master. Ray's gaze tracked him as he strode back into the castle, and then fell to his right wrist as the burning dulled, and knew in his heart it was the only reason he was alive now. The devil knew he was stronger than normal fallen angels, that he wielded a power on par with his own, a power he was going to have to learn to use if he was going to fight when the devil called upon him. He tipped his head back and looked up at the black sky of hell. War was coming, and Ray knew what that meant. He would be fighting an angel incursion. Let them come. Heaven was no longer his home. Hell wasn't it either. He lowered his gaze to Asteria as she moved in front of him, drank in her beauty and the love that shone in her blue eyes. She was his home now. Chapter 14. Ray raised his hands, gently caught Asteria's cheeks, and kissed her softly. She tiptoed and leaned into it, sought more from him that he gladly gave to her. He didn't deny her when she wrapped her arms around his shoulders, hopped up, and looped her legs around his waist. He surrendered to her instead, teleporting them away from the castle and back into the mountains, to a quiet cave he had noticed when flying up to the peak. His eyes slipped shut as his boots hit the smooth floor of the secluded cave, and he kissed her harder, desperate for more of her as his fear finally crashed over him now that the time to fight had passed. Fear that he might have lost her, fear that he might have been forced to live without her, fear that he would never see her again. He clutched her close to his chest, listened to her ragged breaths and her heart pounding hard, its frantic rhythm calling to him. She was his home, his love, his everything. He pulled back and looked down at her, taking a moment to make that sink in as everything that had happened in the past few days collided in his head. A fast and twisting journey that had changed his world entirely. Changed their worlds. He had once needed a duty to fulfill, a side to serve, and a place to call home. He still needed them and he still had them, but now they were different. Asteria was his home. Theirs was the side he served, an army of two. And his duty was one that filled him with more pride and satisfaction than anything he had known before, the duty of being her mate. "I know what I am to you now, what you are to me," he whispered huskily and raised one hand, brushed the gold to crimson stripe down the side of her onyx hair behind her ear. She trembled as he stroked her black horn, shuddering in his arms, and a little moan escaped her. "You're my fated one, Asteria. The only one I will love forever." Her eyes flicked open, bright in the low light, shining with the feelings that flowed through him, the love that he knew was endless and would stand the test of time. He lowered his hand to the mark still visible on her shoulder, one he had placed on her that night when he had finally surrendered to his desire, and fingered it. She looked there, her fine dark eyebrows pinching together. "I know the taste of you," he murmured, and his teeth ached, his stomach turning as a strange sensation went through him. He swallowed against it, breathed deep and slow to settle himself again. Her wide eyes met his. "You took my blood?" He nodded, recalling it now, and just the thought of blood had his teeth aching again, as if they wanted to plunge back into her flesh and devour her. She blinked. "You triggered the bonding process." "I know that now. And I know what you said. But what I feel for you, Asteria, what I want with you, it has nothing to do with fate or a bond. It has only to do with my heart." He lowered his hand to her chest and stroked his fingers across it. Her face softened and she caught his hand, held it against her.
"Our hearts."
Ray stared down at their joined hands, a growing sense of urgency rising within him, a need that compelled him, drove him to claim the female in his arms. "I want to be your mate, Asteria. I want you to be mine. You are mine."
"Yours,"
she whispered, pulled herself up and kissed him gently.
"And you are mine."
He groaned, torn between deepening the kiss and making a fool of himself by asking her for particulars about sealing the bond. She took the decision out of his hands by breaking away from his lips and looking around them. Her eyes grew heated as she saw they were alone, tucked away from the world, together again and safe once more. He chuckled as she tore at his chest piece, ripping the metal plates away, and then pushed out of his arms and dropped to her feet. He didn't fight her as she stripped him, stood still and watched her, enjoying the way her eyes began to burn black and gold as she revealed his body. When he was naked, she made fast work of her own clothes, and then she was back in his arms, her fingers tangled in his blonde hair, and her legs around his waist, her heat scalding him. He groaned and turned with her, pinned her to the cave wall as he kissed her and clutched her bare backside, savored the feel of her body against his. She mewed and kissed him harder, tugged his hair and nipped at his lower lip. The metallic tang of blood hit his tongue, and he growled at her as his teeth ached again, had to brace his hands against the wall as pain tore through him.
"Ray,"
Asteria whispered, her soft voice coaxing him into looking at her. He opened his eyes and fixed them on her face, using the sight of her to push the pain from his mind. She smiled and stroked his cheeks, her dark eyebrows furrowing.
"It's just your fangs. Don't fight them."
He gave a stiff nod, but the pain arced upwards, and his cheekbones felt as if they were fracturing, and his damned eyes were following them. He growled through his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut, and bit out a foul curse. Asteria palmed his cheeks, raised his head, and then she was kissing him again, tearing his focus away from his teeth entirely, destroying his ability to think about anything other than the way her body was rubbing against his, her slick core gliding up and down his cock as she kissed him. He groaned and then shuddered as her tongue swept along his teeth, down the length of a fang. His cock throbbed, jerking between them, and his knees trembled. "Fuck!" he bit out and clawed the wall, breathed hard as he struggled to come down from the sudden high of having his new fangs licked. She moaned and wriggled against him, hips moving up and down, stroking him towards a climax. He snarled at her, warning her to stop, and she stilled in his arms. For a second. A grunt escaped him as she began rubbing again, driving him mad with hunger and need, pushing him right to the edge of control. His mate needed him. He could feel it in her, feel it running through him, an urge that commanded him to satisfy her. Was this what she had been talking about back at the Fey town when she had tried to push him away and say his feelings for her were born of nothing more than a bond? He wanted to laugh at that. Foolish Demoness. This compulsion to please her was strong, but he was right, and it stemmed from his heart, not from a biological connection to her. He wanted to feel his beautiful mate breaking apart in his arms and feel her bliss washing through her. He grabbed her backside with his right hand and his hard length with the other, and she stilled as he pressed inside her, slowly filling her. When she mewed and clawed at his shoulders, he thrust home, driving to the hilt with one fierce plunge. She cried out and tensed in his arms, her mouth wide and face screwed up. He felt the pleasure rolling through her, the bliss he experienced too, and growled as he clutched her hips and began driving into her. Her claws dug into his shoulders as she bounced in his arms, each powerful thrust that buried him deep in her, sending her up the black wall. She moaned hotly, face screwing up as she tipped her head back, and he felt her release mounting, felt her soaring towards it, knew she needed more. His new instincts as her fated one told him everything she needed, and he gave in to them as he kissed down her throat, pinned her between his hard body and the black wall of the cave, and drove into her. Her legs tightened around him, breasts bouncing against his chest, hot on his skin as she clung to him.
"Ray,"
she murmured, kissed his shoulder and writhed against him, a desperate little noise escaping her. He growled and nipped at her throat and kissed it. Blood coated his lips, touched his tongue. Fire blazed down his throat and spread through his body, and he grunted and growled as he drove deeper into her, lost in the sudden thirst that came over him, a hunger that was so strong it felt unquenchable. Asteria moaned in his arms, rocked harder against him, frantic little jerks of her hips that swirled him inside her every time he plunged back into her core, filling her, connecting them. Connecting. Pain exploded along the nerves in his left shoulder and up his neck just as that hit him, and a red veil dropped over him, a hunger like none he had ever experienced before, one that consumed him, just as Asteria did. Her fangs stung in his throat, her moans filling his ears like sweet music as she drank from him, and he thrust wildly, his actions beyond his control. He snarled and eyed her throat, licked his lips and ached for her, for a connection to her. She was his home, his love, his everything, his mate. His lips peeled back off his fangs, his love for her mingling with the love he could feel flowing from her and into him as she drank from him, igniting the connection, their bond. His eyes zeroed in on her neck, on the pulse hammering hard just an inch above where the smooth, unmarked column met her shoulder. She was his, and all would know it. He struck hard, held her close as she convulsed and cried out, her fangs tearing from his throat, her body trembling around his as their releases collided and mingled, and her blood flowed into his mouth, into his body, joining their hearts, sealing their forever with an eternal kiss. The end. This has been Awakened by a Demoness, Eternal Mate's Paranormal Romance Series, Book 10, written by Felicity Heaton, narrated by Eric G. Dove. Copyright 2016-2017 by Felicity Heaton. Production copyright 2017 by Felicity Heaton.